Hello everybody, it's Niklas and welcome to this course Planner 5D Create a House Design, Interior Design and also Outdoor Design. Planner 5D, what is this? It is a software that allows you to create a 2D plan and obtain real-time 3D rendering. This software is specialized for interior design, but it is also possible to expand on exterior design. The software allows to optimize all interior design thanks to the click and drop system and preset size. Indeed, it is quick and convenient to add doors, windows, or even furniture thanks to the vast library of furnitures. The change to the 3D view is very powerful with a real-time view of the plane rendering. Thus, we can move around the room to see its layout. It is then possible to export the views. Planner 5D has a free version and a paid version. The free version gives access to all features, but only allows you to have few rendering and not all the image library. And with the paid version, you will have access to everything. Who is this software for? This software is for any person, individual, who want to create a rendering of their future apartment, house, or simply design a room. Entrepreneurs who practice for interior design, these ergonomic tools make it possible to make presentation and rendering for any clients, both in 2D and 3D views. It is also possible to use this software for real estate agency with these ergonomic tools. So now, what you will learn in this training course? In this training course, with a concrete project of a house design, interior, all rooms, and also to expand to the exterior, you will learn how to use Planner 5D. Step by step, you will be able to see how you can create a house, create walls, create doors, how you can add different furnitures in the rooms. You will see how to set the different parameters and how to add colors or again materials also. You will see also across this project to see how to export your work, different type of views, and to create a real renders. This complete project with a house creation is perfect to master perfectly the software and also to work on interior design. So, Planner 5D complete course house project. Let's start with Planner 5D. The first things to do is to create an account, and to create an account you need to go on their website, planner5d.com. You will have just to go on the right and you can sign up. You just need to enter your email address and after you will have directly an account created. So first let's introduce Planner 5D. With this great tool you will be able to create great interior design. So it means you can create a room, you can create an apartment, you can create the design of a house, but you can also extend on terrace, you can also extend on garden. Even if it won't be the best for garden design, clearly it is very great for interior design and great to introduce your work. You can also extend a little bit on the garden. If I just continue here, so layout and design, you can work in 2D mode. You can create multiple floors if you need. And after you can switch to 3D mode to explore and edit the design. You have a huge quality of furnitures and furnish and edit. Then you can edit color, patterns and material to create your furnitures. And you can then visualize and chart. So it means you can create render of your design. You can select different views and after you can create your render. It is an online tool, so create anywhere, anytime. You just need to have a Wi-Fi connection. And HD visualization, 2D, 3D mode, 5,000 items catalog, easy user interface, item editing, and community. You have a free version. With a free version, it is possible to use almost all the features for free. One of the problems with the free version is you won't have the possibility to export in HD or to have the possibility to have a few HD image possibles. And the second thing is that you won't have access to all the item catalogs. It is very limited with the free version. For example, you select just categorize like bed categorize, like sofa categorize, you will have only access maybe to the 3, 4, 5, 6 first elements. So if you have access really to the 5,000 catalog, you need to have a paid version. Paid version, what is this? It is around $20 per month if you just have an engagement of 1 month. So it means if you want to stop after 1 month, you can. It's $20, but you can pay for 1 year, and just for 1 year, it is $60. So if you just pay one year, 12 months, it's just one-time payment, around $60. And so after, you have also the possibility to get IDs. So it means on this website, you can find the design on other professional or just other amateurs here for a room. So it is interesting. You can also, you have the possibility to upload a plane. If you want to use a plane, this software can find the different walls, can find the different furnitures and try to recreate your plane. You have also a design school, use case, and you have also more features. And then you just go on Scene Up and we can continue with the main dashboard. After to create your account, you can arrive to this dashboard, and now you will be able to have access to your project. If you need to change the language, you can change the language on the right. And here you can find My Project. If you need to edit your settings, you can edit your settings on this area. So first I can edit my project. And from this main dashboard, you will have the possibility to have a summary of all your projects. Here I clean my different projects just to create the curse. It is definitely better. And on the left, you have different folders with all projects, all renders, all texture and archives. So first, if you want to manage your project, let's just create a few projects, something fast. I can click on New. And just create a project from scratch. So start from scratch first. After to do this work, I'm just going to, I have a room by default. And it's okay. So at any moment, you can come back on Planner 5D on the main interface, or you can come back directly on your project, clicking here. Let's create another project. New project. Start. It is a smart wizard. But it's not a problem. I'm going to use a smart wizard. I will show you after what is this. I just use next step and I select a bedroom, industrial bedrooms and complete. So after I can come back to my project. Like this. So now I have this second project. We will have the visualization just in few moments. New project again. Start from scratch. And let's leave this one. You can also use directly my project here, snapshot, texture, profile. You can also come back directly to the main dashboard on this area. And here you can find again project, renders, texture, and here it's just the trash. If you want to remove projects, they will arrive on archived. And let's create a new project again. Maybe I can select again the smart wizard. And I can select another type of models like this one. Next step, next step. Let's select a living room, industrial again, and complete. So it's okay for that. So if you click on Planner 5D, you come back directly on the main page like that. And after you can come back to your project, clicking here, My Project. So now I have 4 different projects. If I want to create folder, I go on the left, All Project, you click here, and you have the possibility to add a folders. For example, it can be like rooms, like this. And I can create another folder. I can click here, add folders, and it can be, for example, house, like that. Each time when you click on the sweep print, you can add folder again, rename and remove. I can click on rename, house, and for example, add this one. At any moment, if you drag and move a folder, it's not possible, but you can add a folder again. Here I don't have anything inside this folder and anything inside this folder. If I click on all project, I can find my 4 different projects. And this project first I can rename. So I can click here, rename, and for example it can be room 1, validate. Here I can rename. It can be, for example, house 1. Here I can rename. It can be room number 2, and here I can click on the sweep print, rename, and house number 2, just like that. So each time when you have your project, you click on this sweep print, you can open the project, you can rename the project, you can also send to the gallery, you can duplicate, move to, and archive. For example, I duplicate. Now I have room 1 copy. If I click on this one, duplicate, and now I have also house 2 copy. If I want to remove, I can click on archive, yes. And if I click on room 1 copy, I can click here and archive, yes. Now I have to position an element inside a folder. If I click on room 1, I can click on this sweep print and I have move to, and I can select where I want to move this project. It's going to be in the room folder and validate. If I just continue, this is my room. Yes, if now I click on rooms, you can find room 1. If I come back on all project, I still have my room number 1 because it is in all project, but it's also classified in rooms. If I select my room number 2, move to, I can click on room again, yes. If you drag and move, you use house number 1 and you click on the top right corner of the element. And left click, you can also drag and move where you want. It can be on the archive, but you can also drag and move inside a folder. So here this one will be inside house. And I can click on house number 2 and drag and move inside this folder. So now, as you can see, I have all project. I have my 2 house and my 2 rooms. And if I click on one of this folder, I can find the classification, room 1, room 2. And if I click on a house, house 1 and house number 2. At any moment, you can create a new project directly inside a folder. And you can also at any moment delete a folder. If you delete a folder, like remove this one, you don't delete your project. You just delete the folder. And if I click on rooms, I can go and remove just like that. But I have still my project. If I just go on the main categorize, all project, I have house 2, house 1, room 2, room 1s. If I just continue a little bit on this dashboard, all renders, you can find all the different renders that you apply. Here it was different, it was another creation. And this is different render. When you click on this one, you can download your render. You can also make draft, make HD, move to, so it means you change the quality. Make draft, it is lower quality. Make HD, it is better quality. And you can also use archive. You can also create just folder only for your renders. And if, for example, I click on this one, preview, I can see my preview just like this. If I click on this one, I can have the preview and then I can download my preview, my image. Here it is all texture. I don't have right now. It's just that you can upload texture and then you reuse this texture when you want to add something on a wall, something on the floor. You can use a texture. And you can directly upload here, but you can upload after when you edit the texture. So it's possible here, but it's possible after. And here it's archive, it's just all the models that you can create and that you can remove. So as you can see, I have room 1, house 2, and I just remove this element. I'm just going to remove this element, it was a copy. So now, before to create a new document, I can come back to all project and just apply archive all this one. So it means it's like to remove, but you can recuperate in the archive trash bin. And I can click here. Archive also, and I can click here, archive. If you want to edit an element, you just click on the element and double click, or you just go one click. You can edit your project, and at any moment, if you go on the right, you can come back directly to your project, but also directly, for example, to the snapshot, texture, or anything that you want. So here I can come back directly to all renders, for example. Let's use all project and click on this one, archive. First, let's see how to create a new project. So to create a new project, when you are on the mesh dashboard, you just need to click here. But you have multiple options. So the first thing that you can do is start from scratch, but you have also all these different options. Let's first start from scratch. It is just pretty simple. You just start a project with absolutely nothing. They just propose you at the beginning a room like this. And this room has 5 meters by 5 meters. So 5 meters here, 5 meters here. If you don't want this, you just click on the room and you can delete and you can start with the different tools. And I'm going to come back to my dashboard, my project. So this is the first possibility. The second possibility is to create a new project and to use a smart wizard. I will just show you in details little after. Smart wizard, what is this? You can directly enter your dimension. You can select the style and automatically the tool will create for you the interior. So I can select to choose a room shape. So I can select what I want first. If I stay on something basic, I can just click here. I have also a window. I can drag and move the window where I want. For example, here. I can also drag and move the door where I want. And after, you can also create some rotation if you need. And you can flip horizontally, flip vertically. So you select what you want first. And after to do this step, you can use next step. You will have different type of dimension. Here it's simple because it is just a rectangle, so I just have 2 dimensions. I can make some adjustment with my 2 dimensions. Let's create something like this. Maybe I can increase a little bit more. And after I can click on next step. I need to select what type of room it will be first, because if it is a bedroom, I will have a bed, but if I select a living room, I won't have a bed, I will have a sofa, different type of things. So I can select, for example, living room. After I select the style that I want, it can be Scandinavian, country, minimalist, you have also Japanese, not too much style, but few style. And after you have the render. Probably you have to wait a little bit because it can be a little bit long. I can select Scandinavian, living room, Scandinavian, and click complete. After, even if you use this one, you can just edit at your convenience the room. So this is the room that I have with a Scandinavian style. This is a 2D view. Now the 3D view will appear soon, and you can make some adjustments. So it means if you have something that you don't really like, you can edit this. So for example, if I don't want this one, or if I want to change the position, create a rotation, it is totally possible. If I want to add more furniture, I go on my furniture panels and I can add what I want, just like this. If I want to remove, for example, this plant, I can remove. After to do this work, so it's okay for that, I can just come back to my project. Create a new project again, and you can also upload a plane. So you can click here, upload a plane. You need to select on your computer the plane that you have. It can be a plane in JPEG and PNG file. And after, automatically, if the furniture is not recognized properly, choose an object from the Rich Planner 5D collection to replace it. So I have this, I have just this image. I'm going to select this one. And after, you need to wait a few minutes, and the computer will recognize different things like the furnitures. It will recognize also the walls, the doors, the windows, anything like this. And after, he will create for you the plane. So this is the recognition has started. You need to wait. And I can just click on continue. After, let's create a new project again. And one of the last possibility is to create a template. If you select my project, you just come back on your project. You can edit one of your projects, and here it's little specific. It is hire a designer. I'm going to click on template, and you can select a template. It can be an empty room, bedroom, bathroom, what you want. I can select, for example, bedroom. And directly, I have a model of bedrooms with different size. And at the same time, inside, I have elements, just like that. Sometimes it is useful because directly you have a window, directly you have a door, directly you can have a bed, different things, and you can make adjustment at your convenience. For example, I can go inside. If I don't want this one, I can click here, I can remove. If I want to change some position of element, it's possible. I can use also this one and drag and move on this direction. If I want to change a material on something, it will be also possible. I can click, for example, on these furnitures, and I can edit the materials at my convenience if I need. As you can see. You can edit that, but you can edit more things. I can come back to my 2D view. I can make some adjustment also. If I want to pull walls, it is also possible. I can increase the size of my room. I just need to be careful because maybe I will have to edit the different elements or change the position. So this is the different options that you can have when you start a project. So most of the time I will show you with new project to use the different tools. And here after minutes you will have a plane of your sketch or of your image. Let's explain the dashboard in the edit mode. So this is the dashboard of the edit mode. And how you can work with this. First things to do, in the center, you can find the backgrounds, and every time when you add different things, you will have your design in a 2D view first. If I just click on this area, I can select a room, so I can click on this one, and automatically I have an element created on this space. Something extremely important is you can mix the 2D view and the 3D view. So this is the 2D view by default, and at any moment you just need to click on 3D and you can enter in the 3D view just like this. You have exactly the same tool, so it means you can do the same thing on the 2D view and on the 3D view. But be careful because sometimes it's not extremely convenient in the 3D view to position the element, and sometimes it's not extremely convenient to make the design only in 3D. So I can advise to really to use 2D and 3D at the same time and to mix for the best. Totally on the top, you can find the icon, Planner 5D. You can just come back to the main dashboard, to the main page. Here, My Project, you can come back to the dashboard with your project. And on this area, you can find the number of floors. Here, we just work with one floor first. So we just have one floor, but it's possible to add a new floor from this tab. Here it is undo, redo actions, so you can use it is like historic panels, and you can undo, redo actions. Totally on the right, you have different elements, like for example, you will be able to edit the settings. I will explain that just after. You can also add the rulers. If you want to duplicate your project, it's possible. And totally on the right, you have your own parameter, your project, snapshot, texture, profile, and you can come back to the dashboard with one of these categories. If you go on the left, you can find the different design tools. So we have tools to create, for example, room. We have tools to add main construction element. We have tools to add different furnitures. We have tools to add other type of furniture, but for exterior. Here it is interior, here it is in exterior. You can also have the last news furnitures. Here it is the recent furnitures, and on this area, and just below you have the favorite furniture. So each time you can add furnitures, you can change the furniture in favorite, and you will find these furnitures just on this area. Sometimes it can be useful. So all the different design tools are located just here. On this area, it is possible to recenter your camera. So for example, if my room is here, I can just recenter clicking on this element. I can also change full screen or not. And here you can zoom in and zoom out. So now let's talk about navigation in 2D and 3D view. In the 2D view, if you just go left click, you can drag and move like this. Left click, you can drag and move. If you go right click, you can also drag and move, nothing will change. And if you use your scroll wheel, it is possible to zoom in and zoom out. So you can zoom with this element, but I can advise you to just use a scroll wheel, and in this case it is very simple, and you can zoom in, zoom out, and with left click or right click you can move. Now let's talk about the 3D view. I'm going to apply 3D view, and this is the same thing for the zoom. First you can recenter, you can click on plus and you can click minus. And if you want to turn around, you can go left click and you can turn around. You can turn and you can change also the view like this. If you just go right click, you can also have the possibility. Right click in the 3D view is a little different because it is like if you was walking in your design. So for example, I use left click first and I can position my view around like this. And after with right click, I can advance exactly like if I was walking, and I can go here, go here, go here inside my room. And now when I'm inside, if I come back left click, I can drag and move like this. So this is the type of things that you can do. With left click, you can move, turn around, and with right click, you can exactly like if you was walking in your design. And after, to zoom in, zoom out, it is the scroll wheel. At any moment, you can come back 2D. So 3D, 2D, 3D, 2D. Let's see how to edit settings. So to edit settings, you can find on this area different options. So the first option that you can do is to change the backgrounds. I can click here. And this is project, dimension, and thumbnails. When I click on project, I have the possibility to change the background. So I can go here, select a white backgrounds, blue backgrounds. You can also select something like grace, just like that. I'm going to show you an example. Let's come back with grid and just create something. I can click here and just create an element. This element I can drag and move on this direction. Drag and move on this direction also. And I can change my grid backgrounds, select wise, blue, it can be this color also. This is the grid, and you can have something with infinite grace. I can click on this one also. So it just depends on what you want. If I select this grace, I can also work with my 3D view, and you can find the environment. It's not only in the 2D view, it is also for the 3D view. What you 2D view, by default, you have snap to grid 1. I think it's nice, but if you want to increase, sometimes you can increase the value. Here it is lock walls. What does it mean? It means if I click on these walls, I can edit this one. If I lock walls, and now I click here, it's not possible to have the options to edit the walls. It's not possible to edit now. Here I edit the room, but if I click on my wall, I can't do anything. If I change lock walls, now I click on this one and I have multiple options. You can change your project name just on this area. So if I just want to have project, something like this, I can change for project. Here object, if you turn off this option, you will not be able to see windows, door, etc. on your plane. So the most of the time we keep object, but sometimes you can just deactivate this one if you don't want to see different elements on your design. Here it is the dimension. I will work in meter and centimeter. If you want to change, you can change. Personally, I used to work in metric unit, meter, centimeter. Here you can activate the dimension. You can see the dimension, or you can deactivate. You have also external dimension, or you can work with internal dimension depending on what you prefer. You have extension line also, this one. I think it's nice, but sometimes you can remove extension lines. Why not also? This is a line color. So at any moment, if you want to change the line color, you can also. Thumbnail is little different. You can create a render to use it at a thumbnail in your project and in the public gallery. So here it's not about edit parameters. Let's explain how to draw walls. So to draw walls, we can use this tool just here, and directly this is the first features. I can click on this one. You need to go left click, and the thing that you need to understand, you need to create a room, so it means you need to close the path. I can create my first point just like this, and you can see a distance. I can zoom a little bit, for example. And if I want to create something with 10 meters, I can stop at 10s, just like that. Now I can continue. If, for example, you press escape, you will have this message because it is not possible to stop. So whether you cancel and you do again, whether you can continue. Let's do this again and create something with 10 meters, just like this. If I just press escape to stop, you need to continue, just like this. And I can go in this direction. Let's make something with like 6 meters. You need to zoom even if after it is possible to make some adjustment. And I can come back on this direction. Let's work with 6 meters also. I can zoom little out, go in this direction, and I can work with 2 meters, and I can go in this direction with 4 meters. And now I'm exactly on this area. I can come back, and left click on this point, and automatically I have a new room. So this is my main rooms. You can find this one, and you can edit these parameters. At any moment, if you click on this one, you can edit the type of room that you want. And when you click on this one, you can find also the height, the thickness of the different walls. So for example, here I have height 270 centimeters, thickness wall 10 centimeters. If I want to increase everything, I can increase and put something like 20 centimeters. It is totally possible. If I wanted to add wall inside, I can click on these tools and I need to click on one of these wall and I can drag and move on this direction, for example, and drag and move on this direction. If you press escape, sometime he will be able to create a new room, sometime not. And it's going to be a problem because if you don't have a room, it's not possible to separate here and to change, for example, the material only of the room. When it's like this, you need to take one of these points and you need to drag and move little bit. And you take one of these points, you drag and move little bit, and automatically he will recognize a room. And after you make your adjustment at your convenience, just like that. The thing that I'm going to do is to click here. Now we have two separate room. If you want to delete, you just press delete and I can remove this one and this one. Let's do this again. I can create a first point. Let's work on this direction, work again with 10 meters. I can come back on this direction, and this direction. I can press escape if you want to adjust a wall, because here I didn't define anything. You can take this point and you can drag and move on this direction, take this point and drag and move on this direction. You can also take the wall and you can extend at your convenience and you can just follow the distance that you have. Let's come back just on the indoor walls. I can click here. Let's do this again. I want to create a room inside. Left click, add a point here, add a point here. If I press escape, automatically I have a new room created, but sometimes not. If it's not the case, just use the process that I showed you just before. You can also drag and move the position of the element like this. Let's continue. I would like to have a new room on this area. I can go left click, create a point, and create another point just here. And if I press escape, I have a new room located on this area. And I can continue, for example, left click here, left click, and just left click, I can press escape. And I have a new room also here. So at any moment, you can make some adjustment at your convenience. When you click on the wall, I will show you after, but you have different options. One of the first options is you can hide the wall. Maybe you can think it's totally unuseful. I will show you that when you add stairs, it can be useful. And you can left click again, and you can show your wall again. Other options that you can do, it is to add multiple points. For example, I have these walls. If I click on this one, I can add corners. I can click and automatically I have a corner in the middle. Why it is useful? Because now I can drag and move this point on this direction or on this direction. And sometimes it is useful because I can add more points. Now I have this wall and this wall, so two separate walls. And I can separate again with another point. Now I have this wall, and this wall. And it is useful because, for example, I can drag and move on this direction and make something little different, just here. I can add another point and drag and move on this direction, and I can create a new space like this, but still on the same room. So this is why you can make some adjustment like that. I'm going to show you again. Click here, add, for example, a point, click here, add another point, click here, add another point, and now I can, for example, try to drag and move, and I can make some adjustment just like this or just like this. But if I make some adjustment here, I have now this wall, and it's not extremely convenient, and I don't have the possibility. I can just hide, but I won't have the possibility to remove this one. So here in this case, it is not extremely convenient to do this type of work. You need to plan before. And you can remove a corner also. If I click on this corner, I can remove this one. If I click on this corner, I can remove this one. Each time you can remove corner, just like that. And the last thing that I wanted to show you is, oops, let's come back. I think I'm going to come back. Yes, just like that. When you click on a wall, you have the options, so internal dimension, and you can find also the thickness of your wall as I explained, so you can change if you want to make different size, outdoor walls and more indoor walls, you can change the thickness. Create rooms. Let's explain how to create rooms. So for this, we can use these features with different options. So I explained first that it is possible to draw walls. So you just need to click here, but you can also create directly rooms. The first possibility is this one. It's just a basic square room. So you have 5 meters by 5 meters. When you create a new document, you can also have this one. And after, if you need to make some transformation, it is simple. You just click on one of these walls and you can drag and move at your convenience. Or you can also take one of these corners and you can also drag and move at your convenience, just like that, to change the type of, to change the walls, just here. And you can also add new things if you need. You click on the walls and you can add new corner. I can click on this wall, add new corner, and I can make some adjustment. I can click here, add a new corner again, and for example, make an adjustment just like this. Other type of things that you can do is just to click on this element. It is exactly the same, but directly you have a room with a rectangle size, 5 meters by 3 meters. If I click on this one, it is another rectangle, 5 meters by 3 meters, but on a different direction. Let's just come back here. If you click on this one, you can find an element with a L shapes. And one more time, you can make some adjustment. You have multiple options. It can be this one, or it can be this one, or you have also this one, just like that. So you select what you want. And after, you can make adjustment again. So it means I can take this corner, I can extend depending of the dimension. I can take this one and make some adjustment also, just here. Here it's little specific, you can just add a cube. It's not extremely useful, but it is a possibility. So after, you have two types of possibilities to create your interior. Whether you can use create walls, whether you can add multiple rooms like this. I'm going to show you. I can remove this one. I can, for example, create my living room. So my living room will be this one. And I can position this element on this area. And this will be my living room. So I can extend a little bit on this direction, extend a little bit on this direction. And on this area, I'm going to add a new point here and add a new point here. And thanks to that, I can go in this direction, create like a corner, just like this. And that's it. So this will be, for example, my living room. Now I would like to add another element on this area, like a bathroom. I can click on this one and create a new room. And I can make some adjustment, position this one, for example, here. I can just snap. And after, I can put this corner directly on this corner. And I can create a new room. Just like this. And just like this. And after, I can continue. I would like to create a bedrooms. I can click on this one again. Or maybe I can change just to show you. I can select this rectangle. And I can snap directly on this area, move this corner like this, move this corner, and I can extend a little bit my wall on this direction. And I can continue. I'm going to click on this one again, and for example, position from this corner to this corner, and I can drag and move on this direction, drag and move this print just here. And now I just need to follow this line to be just in front, and it's okay. At this small area, it will be like a hole. So whether I can just create a hole here, I have also the possibility maybe to drag and move this print on this direction, for example, just here. And I can take this print and I can drag and move here. But if I drag this print, it's not going to be extremely convenient. If I click here and add a new print, I can drag and move this one just like this. And now it is better. So if I click, you can find this room. You can see this room, perfect. You can see this room, perfect. And you can see this room, perfect. Just like that. So you don't have just one way to create your interior base. You can use these tools, but you can just create room after room, and you just need to add the different room. Just be careful, you need to have an overview of your design before, because sometimes it can be a little difficult to change the position of the different corners. Let's explain how to edit the room type. So it means when you create a room, by default, you will have just something like room, and you can change that and you can apply a room type of each new room. So first things to do, let's click here and just use this element. And thanks to that, I can create walls. Let's create a first wall with a value of 12. I can create a second walls with a value of 6. I can come back on this direction with a value like 8. I can go here and apply a value of 4 and come back on this direction with 4 again, and I can go here. So I created this element. So by default, I have a room, nothing more. And when I click on this one, you can change the type, but I think it's better to change the type after. So let's continue. I'm going to click and draw something more. So let's click on this one. Oops, first I need to recenter because it's not really good. Yes, I'm going to recenter my views and zoom little out. So now it's better. I can use my tools and create a first room directly here. I can press escape and I can drag and move on this direction, drag and move on this direction. And now if I move little, I can find this new room. Let's continue. I can add the walls, for example, from this print to this print, just like this, and I can press escape. I can add a new room, for example, here to here, and I can press escape. It is also possible to add patio, to add gardens. I will explain more in details after, but I can use one of these tools here, and I can select path and laws, and I can use one of these blocks, for example, this one, and I can select this print, snap to this corner, select this print, snap to this corner, and select this print, snap to this corner, and select this print, snap to this corner, just like that. So if I want to edit the room type, let's add another walls. I think I forgot a walls. Let's click on this one and create another walls on this direction. And as you can see, I don't have a new room, so you just need to take this print, drag and move littles. Here it's not working. Let's drag and move littles. Yes, now it's okay, and I need to make my adjustment. I select this one. I can change the type just on this area. For example, it will be the living room. And after, you can drag and move the position of the text. Let's click on this room and just change. This will be the kitchen. I can click on this room. Sometimes you need to double click, it's better. And change the type. This will be the bathroom. Let's click on this room. Let's change the type. It will be, for example, the chilled room. and let's click on this one. Let's change, and maybe this can be the, not the guest room, just the bedrooms, just like that. So now you can find also the dimension, meter square. We have this living room around 39 meters square. We have a child room, we have a bedrooms, we have this bathroom, and we have this kitchen. And here it will be an area for the garden. If you go on the right, don't forget you have dimension, and you can apply the dimension and also the text for the different room types, just like this. Add doors. Let's explain how to add doors. So first things to do, let's create a base, and I'm going to use create wall, and create the first wall on this direction. I can zoom a little bit, make something like around 10 meters. After I can go on this direction. Let's just make something, a small house. I can put 6 meters. And I can come back with 10 meters. And then I can close. So this is my first room. I can continue, create another room. For example, I can go here. Create a first room on this direction. I can press escape, and I need to drag and move a little bit. Yes, now it's okay, I have my room. Let's extend on this direction. Let's create a second room. I can create a wall, for example, starting from this point to this point. I can press escape. I have another room. Just maybe I can drag a little bit on this direction. And select again these tools. And I can snap here to this corner and come back on this direction. And I can press escape. Let's move a little bit to have the room. It's not working. Let's drag and move this one. And now it's okay. So after to do this work, if I want to add doors, first things to do, you select these panels. Then you search doors, and you can find room doors, entry doors, glass door. One more time, if you just have the free version, you won't have the possibility to have a lot of options. So it means you will have just 3-4 first door, and that's all. Let's just come back, and let's select the entry doors. You have these different options, not a lot for entry doors. I can, why not, select this one, or select this one, or let's select this one. And left click, drag and move. You just need to drag and move, and automatically it will be positioned on the wall. After, when you add your doors, you have different options. So it means you can change the opening. I can invert to go inside. And I can click here. I can also invert on this direction again. And I can also invert the opening left or right. In this example, let's open on the right. After to do this work, you have also the possibility here, it is center. It's not extremely useful, just for the view. You can recenter. You can duplicate your door, and you can edit the parameter. Let's apply the 3D view. And take a glance, now we have our first door. This door I can also, in the 3D view, drag and move and change the position on my walls. Now, if I want to add interior door, let's come back on the 2D view. And I can select room doors. You have different options. Let's select the basic door, like this one. And I have different color here. I'm going to show you with the first basic. Let's put this one on this area. If I want to duplicate this door, I can, I'm going to show you different models first. I can, for example, select this one. And I have also more options. I can, why not, select this one, just like this. And I can change the opening. If I go in the 3D view, you can find different models of doors with different type of size, just like this. If you click on one of these doors, you will have the materials options. And if you need to, for example, if I click on this one, materials, if I want to change something like the wood materials, it's possible. Just like this. Let's come back to the 2D view. So most of the time you will reuse the same door. So I'm going to click on this one, remove. Click on this one, remove, and duplicate this one. So first I position this one on the right direction and the right opening. Then I duplicate, so I click on the door, copy, and I can position on this part. Let's invert the direction, and I'm going to click here, copy, and position this one on this area. And I can invert the direction also. Just like this. And it's not more difficult that this process. You just need to click on doors. You select the doors that you want, and you can position your door. You have also glazed door. It is just these models. If you want to edit materials one more time, the best thing is to go on the 3D view, because you can edit the material here, but you won't see really the render. So select the 3D view. You can also change the size. If I click on this door, you have wide, 8, and levitation. If I would like that my door finally have 220 centimeter, I can tap 220 centimeter, and take a glance, the door has not the same size now. Let's just come back with something basic, 204 centimeter. Let's also edit the material. I can zoom. The most difficult things when you want to edit the material is just to see what are the correspondence. I'm going to explain that. I can click on the door, materials, and the white color here will be the main material of my door, and this one is probably for this area, and this one is probably for the handle. So if I click here, for example, let's make something in wise, can apply wise, just like this, and it's even not this one, it is something little different about this wise color. If I select this one and I just change for wise, yes, take a glance now, it is this area, and this area. So it's a little strange, for example, about this one. If I change for the black color, I don't really see any element. Can unclick, maybe, yes, maybe I have this small element here, and this is the black color. Let's click again. Materials, and if I put wise, yes, it was this element. And if I want to change the color of my door, each time to change the view, you need to deselect your selection. And if I come back to this door, just like that, you will realize, so first I'm going to change again the position. You will realize that it's also possible to close the door and open the door. You have open or close. If I click here, I can close the door. And if I want to reopen, just click here and you can reopen. If I want to have my door with a different main color, if I want something like brown, I can search on my color picker the brown color and I can validate. Just like this. So I'm going to come back to the 2D view, remove this one, click on this one, duplicate, and position again. Let's explain how to add windows. So to add windows, let's reuse this base we apply different doors, and now we are going to apply windows. Click here, select this panel first, search windows, and you have these different options. So you have different models, but I'm going to show you that you don't have really big windows. So one of the basic models can be this one. For example, I can put these models just here. Another basic models can be this one, but it is a sliding windows, and I can position these big sliding windows on this area. And after you have other models, this is the same, but it's just different colors. You have also more specific windows, like for example this one. I can put this one just here. And the principle is the same. You just need to go left click, and you just need to drag and move on the wall in the room that you want. You can just drag and move just like this. You can also have window just with one door here. After to position your windows, if you click on one of these, you can find wide, height, levitation. So if you need to change, it is possible. Let's activate the 3D view first. If I zoom little out, you can find the appearance of the different window. Why it can be useful to change, for example, the size or again the levitation. Let's take this windows. I think this windows the position is not extremely good for me. So I can click here first, and I have two options. I can click on this arrow, hold and drag up down. So I can move up down like this, or I can just enter what I want for the levitation. If I want a levitation of 100, I can tap 100. If I want to change the size of this window, I want to have 100 by 100, it is also possible, just like that. It is same if I select, for example, this window, I want to change the position, I can change the levitation, or I can drag and move on my wall, and I can change also the width and the height if I need. So you can edit all the windows. If I select this one, and now I want to edit the material, it is also possible. You click here, and you have two colors. If I click on this one, let's apply something more in brown. And this color is more for the color of the glaze. And I'm going to click here. And select, yes, more this brown color. You can also drag and move your window. If I just come back color, I'm going to come back with the glaze in white, and I just change the frame color. Here this is a big window, as you can see. So it means if the size of your walls is just like that, it's not extremely convenient. You need to reduce this window, or you need to increase the size of your walls. But I can change. I have wide 8. If I want just 210 for 8, I can tap 210. If I want 220 for wide, I can change also. We have a small levitation on this area. So now, what's happened if I have this type of window and I want to change for a door windows? It is possible. I can just click on this one. First, I can come back with a wise materials. And the second thing is to click on the window, change wide and height. I'm going to change my height for example, 210. Just like this. And now I need to change the position, like that. And why not to put a little levitation? Levitation, if I apply, for example, a value of 0, and I click here, take a glance, it's not extremely good for the position of the window. So this is why I need to apply a little levitation. I can change, let's just apply 4, and if I apply 4 centimeters, it is perfect for the position of the window. So be careful, you don't have to put 0 because you will have offset. So it is better to check that, and here in this example, I need to put, for example, 4 centimeters. And I convert this one to a door window. maybe I can make something little higher with 220, like this. And it is same for this one. I can edit this one. Let's apply 220. I can change the levitation. If I apply 0, it won't be extremely good. So I can apply, for example, 4. And I can click outside. And let's check. And yes, it looks nice. Add more elements. We have seen that it is possible to add doors. We have seen how we can add windows, and it is also possible to add more things. So it means you can select these panels and you can add stairs, you can add columns, you can add a roof, you can add terraces. Let's first create a base again. I can click here, just create a room. Drag and move this room in this direction. Let's just extend a little bit here and here. If I just go on this area and I select this one of the things that you can do is to add, like for example, arch, it's just decorative elements. So you can put one of these inside. I can drag and move and put an arch where I want. It can be, they can put this on the wall, but if you put this on the wall, it won't be the best. If I select my 3D view, you can see the arch here. And I can drag and move this one, and you can also put this on the wall, just like that. Something interesting is you can open directly. So if you put this one on a wall, you can open. It is convenient when you create something, a separation. For example, I have a living room and I want to create a separation. I can add a walls. For example, I can click here. Just like this. And I can press escape. Let's drag and move a little bit to have a new room. And I can take this element, create a rotation first. And position this one on this area. It is not possible to create a rotation, but I can position this one on this area. And if I activate my 3D view, we can obtain this type of render, just like that. If I click on this one, you can find the wide and the height. We can also click here if we want to close, but definitely maybe it's not extremely convenient. So anyway, you have also other models that you can use. I'm just going to come back. And click on this one, delete, and let's make an adjustment. Now it's better. So if I come back to all these different things, you have also, for example, partition. It can be good if you want to create a separation. You can drag and move and put a separation where you want. After, if I just continue, you can also add stair. I will explain after how you can create a new levels. And in this case, you will have the possibility to add a stair. You have also some columns, decorative columns. If I select decorative columns, maybe I can just try this one inside and put this one here. After, you have also more models. Let's try another one. If I just come back to stairs, you will have multiple options of stair. I will show you little after. You have also a garage door. If you create a garage, you can add a garage door. Fences and gate. So something interesting also, if you want to extend on the garden, I can click on this one. First, I can use pass and low, create an element. And I can drag and move this first point on this corner. and drag and move this point on this corner. Let's make an adjustment just here, and let's make an adjustment just here. So I created this little garden just in front of the house. If I just come back, I can select fence and gate, and you have different type of options. So for example, I have also wood panels or element like this. I can just go left click, drag and move. You can change the wide, the deep at your convenience. So if I want to increase, I can maybe work with 400 like that. Or I can increase maybe 440. And I can duplicate my element if I need. Duplicate. And I can position this element here. And I can create a rotation 90 degrees. And if I zoom a little bit, I can put this one on this area. If I select my 3D view, you can find an overview of this fence. Here you can find this element also. If I just come back, you can also add the roofs, and you have also terraces. Sometimes it is useful because if I come back to my 2D view, I can select an element like just this one, first position this one here, or I can select an element like this one and put this one directly along my house. I can create a rotation 90 degrees, put this one around this area. If I want to change the wide and the deep, it's possible. Let's put 450. Maybe I can change this one also 620, just like that. So each time you can edit the materials. If I click on this element, I have materials options, and I can edit this one. Oops, I didn't select the right element. Yes, I can select this one. Then I can select style. This is a wood materials. If I want to have a different type of wood material like this one, it is possible. If I select my fence here, it is the same. I can have the style options, and here we have wood and stucco. I can change, for example, this one, select a different, it can be this color. I can also find different type of categories, so why not to apply some bricks also. And I have wood here, and I can change. And if I click on this one, materials, wood, it is the same. I can search the same element if I need, or I can try to change. When you have something like this, you have a lot of materials, so be careful. If I just click here, I have path, facing, color, textile, and color. Just like that. Here it's probably better if I have a wall with a different size. Here it's too small, or this element is too high. And the last thing that I wanted to show you, if for example you want to add something like a roof, it is possible. You just come back to this panels, roof. You have multiple options, whether you can use specific roof, but if you use a type of roof like this, take a glance, you will have to change the wall. You will have to change the wall, change the style, or you will have to add other elements like, for example, this one to create your roof. Let's come back to the 2D view. Let's select this panels, roof. You have also models directly made, so it means, for example, I can use directly these models. Left click, and just position my models. I can go in this direction, rotation 90 degrees, and put the roof on this area, and I can change the size of my roof. I just need to check my walls. Here I think I can type 620. And about the deep, let's work with 1000. It depends about the size here. I didn't put specific size on my house. And I can position my roof just on this area. Select the 3D view. And you can find the render. I think the position is not extremely nice, but I can make some adjustment if I need. Add furnitures. Let's explain how to add furnitures. First things to do, let's create a room. Click here. Create a room. Let's position this room on this area. Extend a little bit the size. Let's make something around 30 meters square. And let's see how to add the first furnitures. You need to go on this panel. You can click here. And you have multiple categories. First things to do, let's take interest to furnitures here with all these different options. One more time, you need to have the paid version if you want to have access to all the library of furniture, or you will have just the first possibilities when you want to add furnitures. If I want to create a base, for example, for just maybe for a small apartment, something like that, I can start with create with a bed. So I can click on bed. I have different options and I can select full queen and king beds. So as you can see, if you have the pro version, you will have choice. If you don't have the pro version, just the free version, you won't have really choice. I can, for example, select this one, left click, and I can drag and move inside my room. And I can come back. If I want, for example, a sofa, I can just click here, select armchair, sofa. I have also this one. If I select just sofa, you have straight corner, multiple options. Let's apply straight. I'm going to select one of these models. Why not at the beginning these models, and left click and put this one on this area. Maybe I can add a window and a door first before to continue. Click here, select a door first. Let's position a door, yes, on this area and invert the opening. And I can position also one window. And drag and move this window on this area. So after to do this work, I can come back to my furnitures. So I put a sofa. If you want more, it is, you can come back on this type of furniture. You have also different type of armchairs that you can use. I can select another type of armchair. You have also corner armchair. All this possibility. Let's go left click, drag and move this one. Let's create a rotation, 90 degrees, and why not to position this one on this corner. After to do this work, I would like for my apartment, I would like a table and I would like chair. So I can click on the category table chair, and I can select a dining table. We have these different options. And let's select something simple, click on this one, and I can position my table around this area. Or maybe I can position, yes, around this area, it's nice. But I would like more, I would like chair, so I can come back. You can select stools, chair, bar chair, stools. Let's select chairs. And I can, for example, click on this one to have wood chair. And I can duplicate at the same time and position another on the other direction. Each time when you click on your furniture, you have multiple options. You can duplicate. You can invert, you can create rotation. So it's okay. Maybe I can take this sofa, create a rotation, and put my sofa just on this direction. And turn this one, select this chair, create a rotation also 90 degrees. And select this chair, and create a rotation 90 degrees. Let's continue. With my different categories, I would like something like storage. Because it is a small apartment, I'm going to put this one on the same room. So I can click on storage. And why not to select like a dresser or a wardrobe? Let's select a wardrobe first. It's not extremely important if, for example, you don't like the materials. You can change the materials after. So I can select this one. And I think it's a little big, but definitely it's not a problem. You can click on this one. And you have different options. Wide, deep, height, one more time, angle, and levitation. So it means I don't want something like this. I can change for 140. And about the deep, I can change maybe for 50. And the height, I can change for 200. Now, let's create a small rotation, 90 degrees, and position this element along the walls. I can continue. If I want to have something like a shoe storage at the beginning, I can select this one. And I can drag and move, why not, this element and position my shoe storage on this part. I want to have a TV stand, so I can select TV stand. Select a model like the simple models and put this one on this area. Just like this. So after each time when you add this different element, you have the possibility to edit the element. I'm going to go on my 3D view first to take a glance about the render and zoom inside. Sometimes you need to wait and take a glance. Definitely it's very great. We can have very great design with great materials. If, for example, I want to change the materials of this TV stand, I just click on this one. Don't forget, sometimes it's not extremely convenient. Here I select the walls. I need to press escape. Sometimes it is difficult to select an element, just change the view. You need to change the view. Now it's okay. I can click on this one. I can change one more time the position, hold and drag up, down. And in this example, I want to change the style, select style, wood. And if I wanted to make something in black, dark wood material, it is possible. If I want to change for this one, it is possible. Just like that. Let's, why not select, let's select this one, just here. And if I select my table, I want to have the same. I can click on the table first. Edit the style, wood, and for example, if I want, I can select the same, just like that. I can click on the chair also, and materials, wood, and I can select the same. I can reuse one of the last colors that I use. Here you can find the last colors that you use, and sometimes it is pretty simple. But in this example, it didn't apply my element. It's a little strange, so I need to apply again on this one. And that's it. So if you want to have exactly the same material for all your furnitures, it is possible. If I want to edit my bed also, we have a lot of pillows. We have also cushion. We have a base. I can click on my bed first. It's a little complicated to select the furniture here with this type of view. Yes, now it's better. And I can change also the materials. I have multiple options. For example, I have this one, and I can change the textile. You can find different categories of materials. Here I stay, and I can put, for example, this one. And I could continue if I need. I have, for example, this type of pillow. And let's put this pillow in red, and I could continue if I need. So this is the base for to add furnitures. This is the first base. Let's continue with furnitures. So we have seen how we can drag different furnitures to create the design of this room. I can continue, for example, with another room. So the thing that I'm going to do is to first click here, add another room. So I can click on this one, drag and move, and I can position my first corner on this area and position my second corner on this area. I would like just to create a bathroom, not a big bathroom, something quite small, and let's add the doors at the same times. Doors, room doors, and left click position the doors, for example, just on this area. Can invert. Perfect. Let's move a little bit these doors also. So after to do this work, I need to change the categories. So I come back, furnitures, and this time I can select bathroom furnitures. And first things to do, it's why not to select bath and showers. Let's select a model of showers, like it can be, maybe it can be this one, and put this one on this area, just like that. After you have multiple options, if you want to add a bath, you have all these possibilities. After, I would like a wash basin, so I can select wash basin. We have double sink, suspending, freestanding sinks. We can find with furnitures also, and let's select, for example, this one, and I can put this one just maybe on this direction, create a rotation 90 degrees. At the same time, I want toilets, so I can click toilets and click on one of these, for example, this one, and drag and move here. If I want in a bathroom, if I want to add furnitures, it can be cabinet and shelvings. I can click on this categorize, shelves. And let's apply, for example, a small furniture like this one. I can apply this one here, perfect. And if I continue, maybe apply this one on this direction. And I could continue with more, I have multiple options. Just here. Let's select the 3D view and take a glance in this bathroom. Just like that. So after it is exactly same, if you select one of these, you will be able to edit the parameters. So for example, I can click on the showers and I can edit the materials. Here I have a lot of different type of color because we have a lot of elements. If I just select these furnitures, it's more simple. I just in the style one wood materials, and one more time, if I need, I can edit these materials. If I want to add something for a kitchen, for example, I have little space, because it is a small apartment, maybe I can add a small kitchen on this area. Let's come back to my 2D view, furnitures first, and I have also the kitchen categorized. You have kitchen cabinet, but you can find kitchen cabinets, but you have also kitchen sets. If I click on this one, you can directly have a set. Sometimes it is extremely useful. It's a little long to find the result. Let's come back on kitchen sets. I need to wait. Yes. So now it is okay, and you have all these different type of kitchen sets. Sometimes it's not too big, sometimes it can be big. Maybe I can position this one, but you have all these different options if you want. Create a rotation. It's little big, but I think it will be perfect. I can position in my corner. I can reduce a little bit the sofa. The width is very large. I can just change for 160 centimeter, make smaller sofa, drag and move also these furnitures, and yes, it's perfect. After I will show you that it's possible to add elements here. So for example, we have electrical appliance, and if we want to add fridge, anything like this, we will be able to find on this area, just here. So we have put the main things. Let's come back to the 3D view and take a glance. It is nice render. You can also click on this one. And if I select texture, I will have a lot of texture. For example, I have this element. If I want to change, I wanted something more in wood, I can change, select wood, and select another one. Maybe I can have exactly the same type of wood that I'm using for these different furnitures. But if I want, I can try something different also. Add decoration. It is possible to add decoration. So for this, when we go on the furnitures, as you can see, you have the possibility to add decoration, and you can continue. You have all these different options. Let's start with decor. If I want to add a mirror, I can use this option, mirror. I have multiple models. Let's, for example, select this one, these models, and I can drag and move, for example, my models around this area. If I want something for lifestyle, sometimes it is useful if you want to make something like decoration, you can use these different options. Again, why not use this type of book and put the book directly here, create a rotation on this direction. But I have also more options. If you just want to add a pillow, you can add a pillow, for example, on the bed. You have this type of pillow, this type of pillow. I think I'm going to remove this one because it won't be extremely good in my example. If I want to add something for the bathroom, I can, why not, select this one and drag and move in the bathroom. So each time, if you want to add more things, it is possible. I can zoom a little bit. I have also vase and flowers. If I want to add something directly on my table, I can add flowers just on this area. If I need to add something like decoration, like a plant, it can be useful. Maybe I can drag and move a plant. Here it's small plant, so maybe I can put this one around this area, but it's possible also to add more things. You have also candles, figurines, and decors. So this is all the different options. You have also this one. You can add Aquarius. If I continue, why not to put also this one, and maybe I can drag and move on a specific area. I can just put this one here at this moment. And let's just check on the 3D view. Something very important is the position of the element. So if I select this table, you can find the 8, and here we have the 8. I'm going to turn a little bit, so I can click here, 873 centimeters. It means if I select this element with flowers, the best things to do is to apply the same levitation. So again, just step 73. If I select, so I put this one, here you can see this element directly on the floor. Here I can find this furniture for TV, and I have a height of 43 centimeters. So it means if I select this small plant, I need to position also at the same level. So here I have 43 centimeters. If I click on this plant, I need to change the levitation for 43 centimeters. And now, as you can see, it is definitely better. If I go a little bit on the wall, you can find directly this element. This is a mirror. I can click on this one, and if I want to change the position on the wall up and down, it is possible. When you click on an element, exactly like a furniture, you have different options. If you want to duplicate, you can duplicate this element, as you can see. If you want to remove, you can remove. When I click on this one, I can also create some type of rotation if really I want. Here it's not extremely useful, but if I want, I can create rotation. And I can change the material. If I click on this one, you can find the frame and the glaze. So it means if I click here and I apply some red color, I can change the frame for red color. And if I click on this element, this small plant, and I go on the options, just click here, materials. As you can see, I can change things. Maybe I duplicated this one, so it's not extremely good. I'm going to click on this one again. And take a glance, you can change the color of the pot. For example, I can use blue color. I can change the color of the ground. Here I have multiple options. By default, we have the ground materials, but if I want to have something different, it is possible. If I just continue, I can select, why not? It can be something like this, something like this. So I have different options one more times. And if I just come back, this is the color of the leaves, and I can change the color of the leaves also for more this type of green color. It's not exactly the leaf, it's just the base of the plant. For example, the leaves, it's not possible to edit the color. Sometimes you won't be able to edit everything. If I just take a glance about the flowers, just here, I can just turn a little bit, zoom here. And if I take this element, it is exactly the same. I can change the materials. Here you have some color. If I just change this color, in this example, I can change the top of the flowers. It's possible, but sometimes it's not possible. Here I can change also this green color. And I can change the color of the vase. If I want to have something more like pink, I can change also. If I just turn here, you can find the book. The position is not good, so I need to check this furniture. This furniture have a height of 50 centimeters. I can click on the book and change the levitation for 50 centimeters. Just like this. So it's extremely convenient. You can do a lot. You can make a lot of things. I can click here and it is same. I can go on materials and you can find textile materials, and we have these potting materials. If I want to change for wood, it's possible, or I can change with also multiple options. If I just come back to my 2D view and select one of these elements, so one more time I can click on furnitures, continue, and you have also more things. Here it was just decor, but you can do a lot of more things. If you want to add curtains, you can click on curtains, and I will have different type of options. So I can drag and move curtains, for example, on this area. I can create some rotation. If I want to change the size with the wide 8, it's possible. For example, I can change the wide and just put 220. And here we have curtains. If I just continue, you can also have element for kitchen. It can be just like a carpet. I can use, for example, this one and drag and move on this direction. Change the wide, let's apply 120 and here deep 150 and put the carpet just on in front of the kitchen. I think something is wrong. I need to move again this element. I think I move by mistake. Now it's better. And if I just continue, you have also kitchen, different kitchen element for decoration. So each time if you have a table, something like this, you can have element of decoration. You can have also multiple plants. It's plants that you can use for terrace, but also sometimes for inside. So I can use this one, for example, for inside. It is a possibility. And I can also use element for the terrace. So I can use this one. Why not to position on the terrace? This one also. If I just continue, you have also element like you can put element holidays element. You have also fireplaces, a lot of options. At the end of the work, something that you can do is to add a people. For example, you can add a guy, and if you want to add a woman, you can drag and move a woman. You can also add pets if you need. So you have pets. If you want a dog, a cat, anything that you want, I can put the dog in the garden just like this, and why not to put a cat inside on this area. I can take a glance about my 3D view. Oops, and you can find these people and you can find these people also. So the man and the woman. If you click, you can change the height of wide and deep if you want to change little the ratio of the character. Here we have the cat, same, we can change. And if I just go outside, I have the dog. Even if when you have something like this, you can click. And if I go on materials, I can change also the color of the dog. If I want to have a dog with different color, yeah, it's possible. Just like this. Here it is a black color, I can change the color. It's more for the eyes, not for everything, but you can change the color for few things. And same if I select this element, and here I can duplicate, and I can also click on this area. In this example, I can only edit the material of the stone. So as you can see, we have a lot of options to add more elements to increase the design at the end. Here the levitation is not really good, but I'm just going to remove this one. Add appliances. So we can add appliances also. It is extremely useful. It is more elements that you can use for your design. So click on furnitures again, and you can find electrical appliances. One of the first things, if I want something like a fridge, you can find, for example, kitchen appliance, and you have stove, refrigerator, microwaves. Let's apply a refrigerator. And select one of these with maybe a white color. I can select this one, but this is a black color, but if I want to change the color after it is possible, I can just turn. I have a little space here, it will be perfect. If I click on this one, materials, you have all these different options. So if I want to put this one in wise, I can put. If I want to put this one in wise, it is also possible, just like that. If I just continue, one more time, I can select kitchen appliance. So if you want a stove, you have what you want. If you want to add a microwave, it is also possible. Take a glance. If I'm selected my 3D view, I can zoom a little bit. I have, for example, this space. So if I drag and move a microwaves just on this area, yes, I can select the microwaves. Take a glance, I need to make some adjustment. So first, sometimes it's not extremely convenient, and I'm going to come back to my 2D view first, select the microwaves, create a rotation here, and I can drag and move. I have little space, and here it will be perfect. I just need to change little the position. When you click on this one, you have a levitation of 78. If I select my 3D view, it's not perfect, so I need to change that. Sometimes it's little in trouble to select the element, and I can change the levitation. So now it's okay, and I can drag and move and put this on the top, just like that. And it is same, you can click on this one and you can edit the materials. You have different options at your convenience. So it is just to have an idea about what you can do. Let's come back to the 2D view and click on this one, electrical appliance. It is also possible to add, for example, a computer, to add equipment. If I click on computer, I can put one of these. I didn't add an element here. So you have different models of computer. I can select this one, drag and move directly on the table. Let's just come back. You can select also, if you want to add sockets, it's also possible. Sometimes it can be interesting. Household appliance, if you want a washing machine, you can add a washing machine on a place. If you need to add video and TV, for example, I want a TV, I can drag and move this one and position the TV on my furnitures. You have also different type of equipment, but sometimes it can be for the garden. You can add something for the garden if you need. So you can complete, for example, on this area. I can create a small patio and click here, pass and load. I can drag and move this point on this direction. Drag and move this point on this direction. Drag and move this print and drag and move this print also. And I can create a small patio on this area. And if I want to add something in my furnitures like an equipment, it can be, for example, this element. You can, if you want, add this element also, as you can see. And the last important thing is, if you want to add light, you can find electrical appliance, lightings,
and you have different type of lights that you can add. For example, if I just want a table lamp, I can click on this one and I can put a table lamp on the area. It can be, for example, just here, create a rotation. If I want to add a different type of lighting, like a chandelier, you can have different type of models. You just need to be careful about the size. I can add, for example, this one here. And you can also add just ceiling light, and you have modern ceiling light options. Why not to apply something like, I think it can be this one for the bathroom. And in the living room, why not to put another, like for example this one, just on this area. And you have all these type of options. Just be careful when you position this element about the levitation. Because if I go on my 3D view, maybe the computer of the table won't be directly on this area. Here it looks nice, but sometimes it won't be perfect. So if I select my 2D view, I can click on these furnitures and I can find the height is 43 centimeters. So it means if I select my TV, I need to have a levitation at 43, just like this, to have exactly the right correspondence. It is same if I click on this table, I have a 873. So it means I can click on the computer. It's a little strange here. Yes, 73. So I can click on the computer and levitation 73. I think I made a mistake just on this area. Yes, it was levitation. No, it's okay. And if I click on this lamp, I can change the levitation for 73 also. You can find directly the levitation of this light. And something important, you can reduce, for example, the 8. If I want to put just 40, I can put 40. But if you change here the 8, it's not extremely convenient because you will lose the ratio. You will lose the ratio, and I think it's not extremely convenient. So the best thing is to keep the right size or to choose a different light. You can find this light also on this area, and you can edit directly the color one more time.
Let's see how to add furnitures in favorite. So we have the possibility on this area we can add furnitures in favorite. So the first things to do, I can select one of these elements, just create a room on this area. I think I can keep this dimension, or if I want to just extend little bit, I can. And just let's add few furnitures. I can click here and select, for example, just I can also just add the doors first, room doors. And let's apply a doors on this area. I can invert the position. Let's add directly a window. I can click on window, select, for example, this one, and drag and move here. And I can add furnitures also. I can add a bed, like for example this one, and just put this one here. Let's add, for example, a storage. I would like to add wardrobes, and just click on this one and put the wardrobes here. And I could continue at my convenience. You have more things. It can be also table, chairs, dining table. I just select this one, just position this one here. And more, it can be a lot of elements. anything that you want, you can put this in favorite. It can be also just appliance. You have different options. You can also put this in favorite. Let's work with another type of storage, like a stand. I can select maybe this one, put this one here, create a rotation, just like that. So to add in favorite, you can just click on one of the furnitures and you can just apply this, clicking on this icon. I can click on this one, maybe I can click on this icon, and you can repeat the same for door. Sometimes it is useful also for door, or it can be useful for window. So you can click on this one and perfect. After to do this work, if for example I'm on a different project, because you will find this on a new project. If you create a new project, you will have this again. Here in this example, if I just create another room outside, I can click here and create another room, for example, just on this area. If I click now on my favorite, you can find the element. You create a new document, it is same, you will keep your favorite. And after, it is interesting because it is faster. You can have for some element in favorite, and you can reuse just with click and drop system. And I can click on this one again, just like that, or click on this one again, just here. So nothing more for this. If you just click on an element in favorite, now you can see you have this icon selected. You can, at any moment, deactivate. And if I just click here, just come back, now as you can see, I don't have this element anymore. If I click on this one, I can deactivate, click on this one, or just click on the element, deactivate, click on the element, deactivate. So now if I just come back, here, I deactivated all the favorite items. So after, up to you. If you want, if you have elements that you will reuse a lot of time in different design, you can just put this in favorites. Let's explain how to add floors. So to add floors, at the beginning you have your first floor here, and you can add a new floor. So first, on this first floor, I can create something, so I can zoom little out, and I can create a base, just create one element like this. The first things to understand, if I click on this element and I add, for example, just a room door, and I just add a window at the same time, window, and drag and move this window. So this is our first floor, as you can see. So if you just have one room like this, you want to add a new floor, you select your 2D view, and when you go here, you select add new floor. And now I created a new floor with exactly the same size as the other floor. And you can edit. So this is the first floor, and my new floor, I can click here and I can tap second floor, just like that. And after a floor, it's possible to duplicate. So if you duplicate, you can create another floor copy like this. It's possible, and you can delete. And you can also remove a floor clicking here. If I select my 3D view, as you can see now, we have a second floor. And on this second floor, if I want to add an element like, for example, a window again, I can drag and move this window. So it's not extremely complicated to add a floor. After, I can put my window. Yes, I need to put the window here, and now it's better. Yeah. So now what's happened if you have different rooms? So I can click on my second floor and remove this. And now I just have my first floor, and I can delete. I can delete this one, and I can delete this one. If, for example, I have multiple rooms, let's just click on rooms, create first room on this area. I can extend a little bit, create a second room on this area, and just work like this. Create another room again, and create another room, and I can duplicate this room. Oops, let's make some adjustment. Yes, just like that. So if, for example, you have something like this, I can extend a little bit this room. After, we can add doors, we can have a lot of things. I'm just going to make doors at the beginning, just here, and invert. Let's add just a few windows, just for the style, just to not have only the walls. And I can click here and select window, and drag and move a window here. Then I can duplicate, maybe I can drag and move on this area, and that's all for this example. So now, what's happened if I create directly a new floor when I have something like that? I can click here, add new floor. And one of the problem is, as you can see, we just add an element on the last room selected. So for example, the last room was here, and if we add a new floor directly, we are on this one. I'm going to remove this floor. So this is our first floor. If, for example, I click on this one, I go on add new floor, the new floor will be on the last element. But after, you can make some adjustments. So it means you can, for example, extend and just have exactly the same base that you have just below. So you can just create your base, you can extend this one. Here I can add point, so I can add a new point here, and I can add another point, and I can add another point again. And thanks to that, I can drag and move this point, drag and move this point just here, and drag and move this point here. So normally now we have exactly the same base. If I select my 3D view, it's okay, we have the same base. So you need to make some adjustment to have the same thing. And after to do this work, I can create my element inside. So I can use these tools, rooms. And if I want to create doors or to create just element, I can just click here, escape, and just click here and escape. And I can make some adjustment, for example, like this one, and maybe this one. I think it's not extremely convenient. First, I need to change the position of this one and change the position of this one. But as you can see, I don't have room created here, even if when I'm moving this one. So now it's okay. Sometimes definitely it's not convenient. And that's it. So if I want, I can create another walls, separate in two parts. Just here, I can press escape. I don't have a new room created, so I need to make some adjustment. Maybe here, and now it's better. And I can work again horizontally. And if I need, I can add, for example, windows again. Just like that. I'm not going to enter too much in details with the furniture. The aim is just to show you how it works for the stair. And that's it. So now we have our second floor just like this. And you can repeat this process as long as you want. So you can add a new floor again, but if you add a new floor, you will have to make some adjustment for your base. So if I create add new floor again, now I have this one. And as you can see, I need to repeat the process one more time, just like this. Let's explain how to add stairs. Add stairs, it is sometimes difficult, it is not extremely convenient in this software, and I will show you why and how you can add stairs between two floors. So the first things to do, let's create something basic. I can click here and just create a room. Not with this, I'm just going to create a room with this. And I can go left click and drag and move this room on this area. Let's just extend a little bit on this direction. Maybe I can make something like 40 meters square and extend a little bit here. So it's okay for that. If I need, I can just add the doors, just one doors to have a better view of the render, and I can just add a window to have also a better view of the render. Just like this. So the first thing that I need to do is to create a new floor. So I can create a new floor like this. And as I explained before, here it is simple because I just have one room. So we have exactly the same thing on the top, just like that. And I'm going to add the stairs. You can find this in construction, stairs. And let's take the example with the basic stairs. So it means this one. You have all these different options of stairs. You will try to adjust this depending on what you choose. Let's take this basic example. I have this stair and I would like to put this, for example, around the middle on my left walls. Perfect. And I can zoom a little bit. So now, after to position this element, one of the problems that I have is in this software, if I select my new floor, first I can rename for second floor. And in this second floor, if I select my 3D view, one of the problem is, I put this on the third floor, it's not good. I'm going to redo again. I can press delete, select my first floor, and put this one on the first floor first. Yes, just like that. So if I come back to my second floor, 3D, take a glance, we have this render. It's not extremely convenient because automatically we don't have an opening. Sometimes in some software online tool, we can have an opening. In Planner 5D, no. And it's not extremely convenient. So what is the process to respect? Some things that you can do is to select first in 2D the first floor. And in the first floor, you can click on the room and you have the possibility to hide cells or hide floor. Let's apply hide cells for the first floor. Now change for second floor. And on the second floor, we do the opposite process. We need to click on the room and we need to hide floor. So thanks to that, we can have this type of openings. And if I select my 3D view, just like this, you can find now we have this type of render. Just like that. If we want to see everything, we can just hide the floor. After hide ceiling, it's just for this view, but you can recuperate ceiling after, maybe it's possible, but at this time it's better to hide everything. So now, in my second floor, if I come back to my 2D view, I can reuse this element and try to position in the same location. After I will have to make some adjustment. And the aim is to create a rooms. Click here, create a rooms, and drag and move your rooms in this corner. And extend, you need to position where you want this point. And when you want this point, just like this. So after to do this work, you can hide the walls, because if I click on my 3D view, I have this render. But if first things to do, I can click on this stair. I don't need on the second floor, like that. And if I click on these walls, I'm not sure I can click here efficiently. Yes, if I click on this wall, I can hide the wall, just like that. And now it is opening. But it's not perfect, I just need to have a small part here, extend this part to be able to go in this room. So now, after to hide, you can just click on this wall, add the corners, like that. And thanks to that, you can pull just here. I need to add more corners, I can click here, add another, just like that, and I can drag and move in this direction, and click here, add another corner, and drag and move in this direction. Now the aim is just to make adjustment depending on the location of the floor. I had also a wall. If I click here, it's not really good. Click on this wall, Oops, sometimes it's difficult to click on this wall and hide. And now, as you can see, it's almost perfect, but you just need to make little adjustment depending of the position of the stair. So it means maybe in your 2D view, you can drag and move little bit, make some adjustment with this position. Now if I select my 3D view, now I can obtain this render. But here normally we have a wall, and this wall we can recuperate this wall. I can select my 2D view, click on this wall, recuperate the view. Perfect. And here in this example, the perfect things will be to have an element like that and an opening here, and we can reuse this wall. Take a glance, just like this. We can also just use this wall until this part and create a door, but if I just want to have something opening like this, it is good also. Just here. So this is an example about how you can add the stairs. Definitely, yes, I confess, it's not extremely convenient. It's not extremely ergonomic to add stairs between two floors in Planner 5D. But there is not other big possibility because you don't have the opening automatically. And because you don't have the opening automatically, it's not extremely convenient. So you need to try to arrange yourself, and sometimes it's not extremely good. Let's see how to add materials, how you can edit materials. And for this, we are going to just create an element. So I can click here first, and I can select the wall tools, and let's create a first room. I can zoom little out, and we can create something with 10 meter. I can go in this direction, and I can type something with 6 meter, just like this. I can come back on this direction, 10 meter, and here 6 meter. So after to do this work, I can continue with this tool and just add a new point on this area and create a point from here to here, and I can press escape. After I can continue, add a new point also, and I can take this point to this point, and I can press escape. And now, as you can see, we have a first element on the left, and we have two first room here and two different rooms on this area. So now, how to edit the material first if you work to floor, walls, and after I will explain with furniture. So if you want to edit the materials of the floor, you need to click on one of the room, and directly you have this option. This is the style options. And after to click here, inside the room, you can find the floor material, cell material, indoor material, outdoor material. So most of the time you won't change cell materials, or you can select a different color, put this totally in white, but the most of the time we won't change really the cell material. But floor material, it's extremely useful. So if I click on the floor materials, you can select what you want. So you have different options here, as you can see. And if I want to have something like, for example, a linoleum, I can click on this one, and I just need to go left click, and the element will appear directly inside my room. I have different options. If I want to have something like parquet, I can click on this one, and one more time I have different options. Something important, if I select one of these, for example I select this one, or I just come back with something simple, I select this one, you can edit and scale the material. So it means you can click on texture scales, and you can increase the size, or you can decrease the size. Sometimes it is also useful because you can create a rotation. If you don't want to have the wooden board on this direction, you can apply a texture rotation like this, and I can create something like 90 degrees if I want to change the position of the wooden board. So after to do this work, this is just an example. You can select what you want. If I would like something more like I can select, for example, tiling. You have also different options. After, it depends about what you want. After, if I select this room, I can also do the same thing, floor, and why not to change, put this one. And if I select this room, I can change also floor and select what I want. You have also carpet. I can click on carpet and I have different options. Let's, for example, maybe I can select this one. So this is the first things to do when you want to edit the material directly on an element. It works also from outside. So it means if you create something outside, you select, for example, this one, path and laws. You can create an element outside to create the garden. And I can draw this point on this area, and reduce a little bit this point and this point. And after to do this work, if you click on this element, you have multiple options. Directly, you will be in the category ground because it is outside, and you can select what you want. You have different grace material, but you can select something for a path, and you can create different type of rectangle of different type of element with different materials. And if you create a roof, you have also different roof materials, as you can see, that you will be able to add. So let's just come back here, select the grace material. Now, if I select the 3D view, sometimes it is interesting because you can have also the real render. And for example, if I select this room, I have the possibility to edit the wall. And for this, I can select indoor or outdoor walls. So I select the room. As you can see, you can do this one also. You can find the different walls selected. And after, I would like to work with the indoor walls. I can click on this one. First things to do, if you just want to apply a color, you just select tint color, click here. And if I want something like this type of red color, I can just apply this, like this. And if I select my 3D view, now I have this red color. If I show you on the different rooms, I can click on these rooms, edit. If, for example, it is a bathroom, I can select indoor and change. For example, you have multiple options, like I can select, I have things like metallics, like this. I can select something like tiling, and I have multiple options. For example, for a bathroom, you can use something like this. The library of materials is very interesting. You have a lot of options, and normally you will be able to find what you want with all this library. And same thing here. If I click on this one, I can select these options, indoor. If you want to select a wallpaper, I can click on wallpaper and I have different options. One more time, it is also possible to scale. So for example, I can select this one and I can use my texture scale to increase or to decrease. So most of the time we will keep 100%, but sometimes it will be useful to change the different parameters. And when you work outside, it is the same. If you want, for example, to change the wall outside, you will have to select all the walls. You select once and you can just click here, style, outdoor, and you can change with different options. If I come back to my 3D view, as you can see, I can select this wall, click here, outdoor, and I can select a different, here it is a brick by default, but you can select anything that you want. You can also create a wooden house if you need. You have these different options, as you can see. For example, I can click on this one and create a rotation like 90 degrees. But if you just want to have a white color, you just click here, tint color, you select white,
and that's it, and you can come back with a white color, or you just select nothing and you can come back with this gray color. So this is the first thing that you need to know to add materials. Let's continue with materials. So after to see this different possibility, we are going to see how you can add materials, but now on furnitures. It works little like same, but it's just that you can have different type of materials. So first let's select this room and just add few furniture. So I can go on the left and select, for example, I can select table, chair, select a dining table. You have different options. For example, let's just select this one and position this here. After, let's just come back, add few things. I can select like a kitchen element, kitchen sets, and let's select, for example, this type of kitchen sets. Create a rotation. Here in this example, I just don't want to make something, anything special about the design. It's just to show you the materials. I can just come back. Let's select a bed, like full queen and king beds, and I can select this one, left click, position the bed here. Let's select also like something like a bathroom, and you have bathroom, bath and showers, and let's select the shower models. Just put the shower models, for example, around this area, create a rotation, and put the element here. And I can continue. I have more things. Let's add maybe storage. I can add a dresser. Let's select this one. Put this dresser here. Shelves, floor. Let's add for example this one, and create a rotation. If you want to edit a materials on a furniture, how to do this? You just need to click on the furniture, and it works same. So it means you have these options, style. After to click on style, you go on the furniture. Here it is a wood materials. Here it's pretty simple on this example of table, because you just need to change only the one material. But sometimes you have a lot, and this is why when you have a lot, you need to go on the 3D view to see what are the different correspondence. I'm going to show you. Let's work with the 3D view. Let's zoom a little bit. So here it is our table. I can click on this one, and I can select the materials and select what I want. Here it is wood material, but if I want something different, it is possible. I can use, for example, metallics, and I can create a table, metallic table, using, for example, this one. After, if I select, for example, this, if I select this furniture, and I go on these options, here we have two materials. The first materials is the main part. The second materials are directly the different drawers. So I can click here. If I want to change, put something more in black, I can. And I have a second materials, color, and I can put this more in gray, as you can see. If I select, for example, my kitchen, I will have a lot of material also. I can click here, and I have all these possibilities. So sometimes when you have something like this, it can be difficult to see what are the different correspondence. So for example, here I know that it is the top of the kitchen, so I can click on stone. If I want to change that for wood materials, I can then activate wood and select one of these, like for example this one, or for example this one. But sometimes it's not pretty easy. If I click on this one, I'm not sure about if it is this part, so I can click here. Let's make something more in gray, validate, and I just realized that it was this part, but sometimes it's not, it's extremely
easy to find what are the correspondence. I have a lot of black color. So when you have a lot, maybe it's not really good to edit everything because it's little difficult to see the different correspondence. But at the same time, it is a kitchen with a lot of things. When you just have one element, it is very simple, like for example this one. You can click here and it is easy. You just have one materials and you can edit only these materials. So after, if I select for example the bed, one more time I have different type of materials, fabric materials. I can click on this, options, and I have the wood material as a base, probably for the feet. So I can click here if I want to change this one. Yes, it is for the feet. If I just come back, for example, we have a sheet here on this area. I can select my textile materials and let's apply something different. But if you want to change, here it is fabric, so normally it is the best, but if I want to have something in leather, I can click on leather and select for example this one. And one more time you can scale, so I can use my texture scale, as you can see, to change. So definitely it is convenient. We have a convenient tools. If I click on the bed again, options, and select just this textile here, it is the same. It is a textile material for the structure. If I wanted to change this one for wooden materials, I can click on wood, and for example I can change, even if it's not the best because we have this element. I think this element is better with fabric materials. So I can come back, select fabrics, and I have different type of options. And it is same if I want to change the color. Here we have linen, and I can change also. So each time the most difficult thing is when you click on an element, it's to what the different correspondence, what is the element for which colors. This is the only problem. Sometimes it's not very easy to find this. At the same time, if you add anything like decoration element, so it means you can use decor, it will work same. I can add anything that I want. It can be, for example, vase and flowers, and I can add why not this vase. Click here. I'm going to remove this one. Yes, so I have this vase. If I want to add something like if I want to add a plant, for example, I can click here, plant, select the first one, and drag and move this plant on this area. When you have all these small elements, sometimes not everything is possible to be editable. A lot of things, but not everything. If I click on this one, options, as you can see, I can change, I think, the color of the vase. So I can click on this area. If I put something more in red, yes, I can change the color of the vase. And we have a second color. And I don't know what is too much the correspondence of this second color. If I select something more like purple, yes, it is just for this part of the flowers. But it's not possible, for example, to edit the leaves or to edit the top of the flowers. If I select this plant, I can click on this one, options, and here the only possibility is to edit the flower pot. So I can click here, and I want to change this color, and I want to have something decorative in red. I can click on this one. So it depends of really the object that you choose.
Let's explain how to create gardens. So we have the possibility to create a garden, and for this we need to go on these options. And one of the main things to do is to create different elements. So first let's create a structure. I can click here and just create a structure like a structure of a house. So I can create a room, then extend on this direction. I can extend on this direction. Maybe I can make something around 80 meters square like this. So this will be my base.
Just for the example, let's add a door. I can click on doors. Just add any doors on the front. Just like this. After to do this work, let's add windows. So I can add any windows. Just click here, select this basic window and drag and move on this area. I can drag and move here and duplicate also, just like this. Maybe I can duplicate again another one on this direction, and I can duplicate again on this direction. So it's okay for that. We have created, this will be the base. So first for the garden, you need to create around the house. And for this, you need to select pass and loss. So you click here, pass and loss, and you have different elements. So basic element will be just a square like that, and you can position your square, but you have also other elements like this one. You have also other elements like, for example, this one. And after, the aim will be to drag and move the different point. So you can drag and move this point, and you can also add new point. So when you are on, for example, a line, you click here, and you can add corner point. And thanks to that, you can drag and move like this. I can click here, and I can add corner point. Click on this line, add corner point, and I can make some adjustment. And when you click on an element, you can also change the materials. So let's remove this one. Click here, remove, click here, remove. First, I would like to create like a terrace on this area. How to process? I need to click on pass and loads and select just the square. And after to select this square, I can go left click and I can drag and move this first point until this corner. You can snap, and this point until this corner. And after I can move this point on this direction, and I can move this point on this direction to work horizontally and vertically. If I want to change the material, I can click here and style, and I have different options. So by default, you can use ground, you can use something different, but I think ground is the best for a garden. And I can select different type of options. And you have different type of grays that you can use, but not only grays, so it means you can select, for example, something like that. Let's select something like that for this terrace. If it's difficult for you to see the dimension, because we don't have the dimension, you have the options to add something here, add rulers, and thanks to that you can position the ruler where you want. And after you can select the dimension. For example, I can select around 4 meters. And after I can drag and move my point following the ruler to check if my dimension looks correct. So this is why it is useful to add ruler. You can reuse this for the garden because directly you won't have the dimension. So you can drag and move different points, and definitely it is useful. Let's remove this ruler and this ruler. After, if I want, for example, to create a path here, it is possible. So I can select again pass and loss. I can select, for example, a rectangle and position this rectangle around this area. And if I want to make adjustment, I can reduce here, I can reduce here, and I can reduce this point, just like that. Yes, perfect. And after I can change, one more time I can edit the materials and select something that I want. Why not to select this one? So if I want to create the surroundings with different garden elements, you have different options. The first option is to click on pass and loss and to just select a rectangle or a square and to add multiple rectangles to create the surroundings. But you can also just add different corner points and make adjustment. I'm going to show you the two possibilities. So first possibility, you can, for example, position a rectangle on this area and you can drag and move the point like this. And you can position another rectangle on this area and you can pull this point just here and you can drag and move just like that. So this is the first possibility. But You have a second possibility, it is to remove this one, and for example you can select this part, and when you click on this line you can add a corner point, you can add another corner point, and take a glance, you can snap this corner point here, and you can pull this corner point on this direction. And you can just stay with the same element. After, I can click here and add a corner point, and I can pull this corner point on this direction, just like that. If I want to continue on this direction, I can do the same thing. So it means I can click here, add a corner point, click here, add a corner point again, and I can start, for example, on this direction, position my first corner just here, and if I click on this one again, add a corner point, just like that. I can add another just here, add a corner point, and I can extend on this direction, and I'm still on the same element, but it is useful because you can add different corner point like this. But one of the other options, you can, for example, select one of these. It can be maybe this one. This one is not extremely good. I need to find the right element. The right element will be, yes, this one. And you can also position directly this one here. And you can drag and move the different corner point at your convenience and work with two parts. But if you just want to work with one part, you can continue with the same process. So it means you can add corner point. You click here, add corner point. You click here, add corner point again. And you can position the first here. Drag and move this one on this direction, and I can add another corner point, so click here, add a corner point again, and I can pull on this direction. And I can repeat the process a last time, so just click here, add a corner point, the corner point is now located on this area, click here, add a corner point, and you can drag and move on this direction. And you can click here, add a corner point, and drag and move on this direction. And take a glance, we have only one element here. We just have one element, and it means if I click on this one, I think I move a little bit the element, the main element, I need to come back, yes, perfect. So it means if I click on this one, edit the style, I can make that I want because I just have one element. But you can also add different rectangle and have exactly the same type of result. After, up to you, it depends about what you prefer, it depends how you want to process. But definitely I think this is a good process to use. And you have multiple options like that. Let's just come back with a basic grace color. If you zoom too much out, you won't see your element. I think I can make adjustment. I'm not horizontally perfectly. Yes. Let's continue with the garden. So after to do this work, to position your main part, so it means the ground, position the base, you can add different elements. When you click here, you have categorize. And for example, if I want to add furnitures on my terrace, it is possible. I have patio furnitures here. Let's select, for example, first you can have different sets. You have all these different options. I think it's interesting. Let's select one of these, like, for example, it can just be this one, left click and position this set on this area. After, exactly like a furniture, you can do exactly what you want. If I just come back, you have also chair and benches. For example, if I want to add a bench, maybe on this area, I can select one of these, it can be this one, and I can pull a bench, why not just here. If I just continue, you have also chaise lounge, and I have different options. Let's select one of these, like this one, and I can position on this area. I can create a rotation, maybe position just once here. So this is the different furniture that you can use for your gardens. After you have more things, you can just have a table also. You have small table, it means I can select this one, and why not put this one just here. And you can have also more elements, but it is more outside. You can have shade, for example. If you want to add ones, you can add ones, as you can see just here, and you can change the color. Each time when you have your furnitures, exactly like any interior furniture, you can edit the style. So click here, edit the style. And if I want something like the textile with the different colors, maybe I can change, select green, or select something different, just like that. Or maybe this one, or this one. If I click on this small table, I can edit also the color. If I just come back here, you have more elements. So after patio furnitures, if you want to add any trees, any plants, it is possible. And you will have different type of models of trees and model of plants. You won't be able to make a lot of advanced things, but you have interesting possibility. So first, if you want to decorate, you can have flower pot, like for example, I think it's a little long. Like for example, this type of flower pot, I can put this on the terrace, or this one. Just like this, but you can also work with trees. So for example, I have this type of trees, I can position ones here. You can also decorate with something like that directly on the garden. So for example, I can select this one, I can mix with this one, and I can select this one just like this. So if I want to create something with different flower on the front, I can try to mix just here. Just like that. And I could continue if I want. I have more options, trees and plants. I can have also something decoration like this. If you want to add big trees, it's also possible. So I can continue. I have this type of big trees. Interesting, if I want to put big trees here, I can go left click and position ones on this area. Maybe I can position another, but this one is very big. You can change the size, select the tree. Here, if I want to reduce, I can put 400. Let's put 400. And the height, let's put like 800. I can duplicate this one, position another on this area, change little the size for 300, 300, and maybe 600. You can also have things like decoration. If you want to create an edge, it is possible. You can click on this one. Or you have also this one. Yes, it can be interesting if you want to make a delimitation. I'm going to show you again. You can click on this one, and I can position this one here and go in this direction. And position this one on this area. We can take a glance on the 3D view. You can also drag and move element directly in the 3D view. It's little long here with the connection. I need to wait a little bit to have the real render. So if I just come back here, at the same time you can add a different type of garage, you will be able to add pool. I need to wait a little bit. Yes, you will be able to add pool. You have also outdoor lighting, outdoor activities. So for example, I can select this one. If I want something like this, I can drag and move. I have also pergola, decoration element. Why not to drag and move this one? Just here. If I just continue, if you need to add something like a swimming pool, you can click on pool. You have different options, whether you have outdoor pools. And you can also add a complete pool like this. Say this one, you can create a rotation, for example, 90 degrees, and you can edit the style. You have different options. So if around I don't want this one, I can click here. If I wanted to have something like wood, I can click on wood. I think this style, I need to wait a little bit, or maybe it is this style. I think it's same. Yes, if I just click here, I can change, for example, like this. It's not perfect, but maybe we will be able to find something different. Just as an example, after you can select the materials that you want. So it's just an example about the swimming pool. I'm going to remove this one and just come back to my 2D view. So after you can add more things. You have also elements. If you want to add a fountain, for example, you have multiple type of fountain. If I just come back to trees and plants, you can find also flower bed. So it means this one is a flower bed. I can go left click, position maybe here. Oops. Yes, I can position this one maybe here, create a rotation, and I can change the size. Maybe I can put 400, 250, and 8. Maybe I can put just 20. So you have all these different options. You have also this type of element. For flower, I can click on this one again. Let's put 200, 150. Decoration element. So you have a lot of things. If I just click on my 3D view and I just go on this area, so this is the edge. You can click on the edge, and if you want, you can change. We have a 8 wide. If, for example, I change the wide for 1000, I will obtain this render. But maybe it's not the best. Maybe you can just type something like 4000, and after maybe it is better to duplicate for the render. So it means you can position the first element here, and then you can duplicate and position another just on this area. Now you can work with 2D view. I think it's better. You can click here, duplicate, and you can create your edge just like this. So as you can see, different options to create the garden. The aim is not to have something perfect for the garden. It's more about interior design, but it's very useful if you want to create a terrace. It's very useful if you want to create a patio. It can be also extremely useful if you want to just extend little to the garden. Even if it won't be perfect for the garden, definitely you can make interesting things, as you can see, just like that. Create renders. Let's explain how to create renders. So, first things to do after to finish your work it is to change the backgrounds. So here by default we have this grid. You can change. You just have to go in the parameters and you have the background options. So here you can select this one, you can select this one, the blue color, you have also this type of colors. Here it is again the grid, and you can also extend with unlimited garden, just like this. You have also different type of ground. The most of the time we will use the white color, but sometimes it is useful if you want to change. You have multiple options. You can also work with a 3D view. And if I just go here, you can also change the backgrounds in the 3D view to see the renders. After to do this work, you need to click here and you have the realistic render. So you can select the view that you want. You can click first here, set the best angle view for snapshot. I can select this view first to have a general view of my project, like this. And after to select the angle, you just have to click on save. And you have different options: regular screenshot, render, draft render. If you just use a pro version, you will be able to use regular screenshot. And the high quality render, you will have to pay credit. So you need to buy credit. And after to have this credit, you can create real render. But you can create just a regular screenshot. And after from this regular screenshot, you can buy credit after to convert to HD. It is possible. So here in my example, I'm just going to use regular screenshot. This is this size, 900 by 675 in screen quality, and I can click on save. And snapshot will appear after a while in a snapshot section. So then after to do this work, you will be able to go here, select snapshot, and you will see the render. But first, let's select different view. I can, for example, continue little outside, select like a view of the terrace. I think I can select like maybe this one. And repeat the process as long as you want. So it means if you want to have 10 view, 20 view, you just need to repeat this process. And I'm going to click on regular screenshot and save. Now, what's happened if we go inside? Let's go inside. And we will see the ceiling. So for example, if I go here, I can see the ceiling. And I can take different views. So first, let's select a view of the living room. And I can click here, realistic render, save. You have also a possibility to enable use of automatic ceiling lighting while rendering, or use a night mode. But definitely sometimes it's not perfect, but you can use also this one. Let's just come back on save. If you use the night mode, I think it's better only for HD, or the render won't be really good if you just use regular. And I can continue. I can select a view, for example, of the bathroom, zoom inside, just like this. Regular screenshot. Let's select a view of the first room. So I can go inside this room. Perfect, and I can continue. I have a second room here. I can go inside also. And I can add one more time a realistic render. Regular screenshot and save. So this is how you can create render, nothing extremely difficult. You just need to select the view that you want. The most important is to master the navigation. And after you can just click here and realistic render. After you will go on your snapshot on the top right corner. and you will see all the different renders on this area, all the different renders. So let's take a glance about this render. You can find the preview. It's already not bad, just with regular, not in HD, screen quality. It's already not bad. If I just click here, you can have the render, just like this. If I click here, I can have my render. If I want the render of my terrace, I can have also. After, if you want to convert, you can click on this sweep rent. And first you can just download on your computer because it is the aim, it is the goal, so you can download on your computer. You can convert to make drive, so it means low quality, or make HD, very high quality, but for make HD you need to buy credit. And you can also move to a different part. If I just continue, I'm going to show you what it was if you export in high quality. For example, it was a bathroom in high quality. And definitely you can see the difference. It's very great about the materials, the texture, quality of the furnitures. Here I didn't change the backgrounds, and you can see the grid, so I will have to change the backgrounds. And yes, definitely the render is can be very great. Here it is another render in high quality. Very great if you add light, you can find the different things, and if you activate the night mode, it is great in HD. Just like that. But to have this quality, you will have to take credit. Let's explain how to add rulers. Use rulers. So for this, you can find rulers on this area. And thanks to that, you can add rulers. First things to do, if I just create a base, I can just click here and, for example, just create a room. I can extend a little bit, create a base for a house. It will be more convenient if, for example, you want to have a distance for the element outside. If I just add the doors, room doors, and I can position just the doors on this area and invert the position. At the same time, I can add a window. So I can click here, window, select the basic window like this one, and I can drag and move here, maybe duplicate, and I could continue if I want. The fact is, when, for example, you use one of these elements, pass and laws, I can click on this one, left click, I have now this element, and one of the problems that I have if I want to create a terrace on this area is I don't have the dimension. I don't have the dimension of this element. If you just check on the different parameters, dimension here, you have external dimension, you have just dimension, but you don't have more things, and it is not extremely convenient because you won't have the possibility to directly have the dimension outside. So this is why you can use, for example, the ruler. And I can click on this one, just reduce. Just click here, validate, click on this point and reduce also. And here, for example, I want to change the materials. I can select the different materials. Let's put, for example, this one. And I don't know the dimension. So for this, I can use the ruler. I can add a ruler, position my ruler on this area, and extend the ruler. If, for example, I want to have a terrace 4 meters in this direction, I can enter 4 meters from this corner point. And after, I can drag and move, oops, not the ruler, up, position this here. And after, I can drag and move my point until 4 meters, just like that. And this is why it's difficult to have a lot of precision in the garden, because you don't have directly the dimension. If I want to create something on this area, I can also add rulers, click on this one, and I can position my first point, for example, here, and my second point, for example, here. And if I want to have something on the front like 4 meters again, I need to position a ruler. And maybe I can put the ruler just on this corner point, like that. After, I can take also this point and extend to 4 meters. And if now I click on my tools and I add a pass and laws like this one, I can drag and move this point on this corner, and I need to follow my rulers. And if I zoom, I can position, oops, I move the ruler again. It's not extremely convenient. Yes, now it's better. So if I move this point, I can try to position just in front of the ruler to have 4 meters. And after, for example, I can drag and move this point here, and I can drag and move this point here. So definitely the ruler is more convenient for this type of thing, even if you can just apply distance between, for example, you have 2 furnitures, you can apply a specific distance between 2 furnitures. Sometimes it can be useful. You have a table, you have something like that. In this project, we are going to create the interior of a house, so complete interior of a house, and after we will extend with the outdoor. It is extremely useful because we will see different features. So how to create, for example, walls, how we can add rooms, how it's possible to add directly doors, windows, how we can position the different elements, add furnitures, and create a render. So it is definitely a very interesting project for interior design and then to extend on outdoor design and create render. So first things to do is to create a wall. So I'm going to zoom little out and go on the left directly here. And I can select one of these tools, so this tool here, and thanks to that I can create 2 walls. If I zoom a little bit, I can, for example, start here, and we will have to create the first wall with 10 meters. After I can go in this direction, and we need to continue. I can apply 6 meters. After I can continue on this direction with a value of 6 meters also, just 6 meters. So when I arrive at 6, I can stop, I can zoom little out, and I can apply here just 2 meters, like that. I can go on the left, I need to apply 4 meters, stay horizontally, and I can come back vertically and just snap here. So now we have the different dimensions. So as you can see, we have 10 meters. It's just that we have the thickness of the wall. And here we have 6 meters, 4 meters, 2 meters, 4 meters, and 8 meters on this area with the thickness of the wall. Second things to do is to continue with the wall creation. So continue with this tool. And we can create a first room around this area, just like this. And I can drag and move just here. I can press escape and automatically I have a new room. I'm going to extend a little bit. I can stay with a value of 5 meters on this part. And here, if I drag and move, I'm going to drag and move in the middle. So it means to put 3 meters. To put just 3 meters. I think I can zoom a little bit. And when I arrive here, I can have more precision and just apply 3 meters. I need to keep my walls on the right direction. Yes, just like that. Perfect. And after to do this work, I can create another walls. Click here, start from this corner point, and not on this corner point. Let's just click here, start around this area and create a wall. Just, we can work vertically, just like that. And I can press escape. I don't have any new room created, so the possibility is to drag and move this one, and thanks to that we have a new room. And then I can make some adjustment. About the disposition, I'm going to move a little bit. If I move here, we have 5 meters. I need to let little space. I can move this point and have on the right around 380 meters. You can make 382, it is not a problem. Just make something like this. After to do this work, let's continue. I would like to create a bathroom. I can create a bathroom on this area. Create a new wall, start from this point and go a little bit on the left.
we can let 220 meter to 2 meter 20, left click, and I can continue on this direction, and I can press escape. As you can see, I don't have new room created. It's not very good, so you need to drag and move little this wall first. You need to drag and move little this wall maybe on this direction, and now I have a new room created, and you can just come back. Sometimes it's a little problem that we can have with Planner 5D. So it's okay for that. We have our different element. I can first click on this room, and I can change on this area and just select it will be the living room. I can click here and I can change and it will be the bathroom. I can click here and change and it will be a room, and I can click and change, it will be also another type of room like this. And it's okay, we have our base. We can just check with the 3D view, so you can change with the 3D view. And perfect. So this will be the living room, first room, second room, and here it will be the bathroom. It's just a small house. And I can come back with my 2D view. After that, we can add doors. So to add doors, we need to click here, and we have different type of options. We can select doors. And let's first apply entry doors. So I can click on entry doors. I have these different options. I'm going to select this one. And left click, drag and move. We will position directly on the wall. It's pretty easy because we can snap on the walls. And I just need to change the opening. I have the opening outside. It's not what I want. I can just click here, change the opening on this area. Perfect. After to do this work, I'm just going to change for the 3D view, just check my doors, and I think it's okay, perfect. The only thing is you need to try to put the door in the middle of this wall, so you can move a little bit, you can use your grid, and I can position in the middle. After, I need to add indoors doors, so I can select room doors. Here we have this type of doors. And I just want basic doors in Y, so this is the reason for which I can select the first, left click, drag and move on this area. Let's change the opening. I can just click here and stay on this direction, but invert the opening near the wall. And I can drag and move a little bit on this area. I need to position the same doors here, so click on this one. You have the options to duplicate, and I can go left click and position these new doors on this area. I can now click here, invert the opening one more times, just like that. I think maybe I can invert on this direction and on this direction. Yes, perfect. And position in the center on this small wall. Let's duplicate again. I can click here, duplicate, and position this door around this area. One more time, I can change the opening with this one. And we need to let a space on this area because it is a small bathroom. So to earn a little space, I'm going to put this door more near this wall and this door more near this wall also. So perfect, we have now our different doors. Select the 3D view, just like this. As I explained before, if you want to edit the color of the different elements, you click on the doors and you just need to go on style and you have the multiple possibility. The first color in this example will be the main color of the doors, the white color. If you want to change for anything that you want, it's possible. This is the color of this element and this element, and this is the color of the handles here. So if you want to change, you can change. When I click on my doors, I can find also the wide and I can find also the 8. If I click on my entrance door, the wide and the 8 is different because it is an entrance door, and as you can see, the 8 is bigger. The 8 is bigger. Oops! I'm just going to come back with the position of this door, just like that. Yes. So it's okay for that. I can come back to my 2D view. And I think I moved a little bit on this area. It was not really good. Let's come back on the 3D view. And now it's okay. After, the next step is to add windows. So let's add windows on the different rooms. The first thing that I'm going to do is to click on the left, and here you have the options to add windows. And I'm going to select one of these basic windows, so it means this one, but I will resize after because I would like to have Windows doors. So first I can click here, drag and move on this area, and I need to change the dimension. Here this is a wide and 8. I'm going to change the 8 of these windows. If I select my first entrance door, you can find 230. I'm going to do the same thing and change the 8 for 230, just like this. And at the same time, levitation, I need to change this one. First, I'm going to enter 0. And after to do this work, if I select my 3D view, I need to make some adjustment. Because if I zoom a little bit, as you can see, it's not really good here. Let's click on the windows again and change the levitation. I need to increase. The value of 4 will be perfect to perfectly position these windows on this area. Just like that. So after to do this work, I can come back and duplicate this element. Select the 2D view first, click on this one and duplicate. So to duplicate, you click on the windows, copy, and you can just drag and move, and we are going to position a second windows around this area. Let's duplicate this one again, click on the window, duplicate, and position this one around this area. And the next step is also to click on this window again and position another here. The best things to do is to create another, click here, doors, not doors, just click here, windows, and let's select the same windows. Left click, drag and move on this direction. I just need to have the right size. So if I click on this one, I have a levitation of 85 and I have also a height of 140. So it means I have exactly 225. I want to arrive at 230. So this is why I'm going to change a little the levitation and apply a levitation of 90. And thanks to that, if I add 140 and 90, I will have exactly 230, and it will be the size of the top of this window. So perfect. If I select my 3D view, you just need to take a glance. We have exactly in the same level on the top of this window and the top of this door and the top of this window. Now it's okay. Everything will arrive at 230. So it's okay. I can come back to the view. You can position this window around the middle here. You can take a glance about the grid. And let's position, I think here it's perfect. Let's duplicate this one. Click on the window, duplicate, and position the same window, not on this area, but on the right. And position the window around the middle also. You can just take a glance to the grid to try to have the right position. After to do this work, let's add the same window on the bathroom. Click on this one, duplicate again, and position the same window on the bathroom. One more time, I can zoom and try to position in the middle of this wall also, just like that. So perfect. We have exactly 6 windows. So 3 same windows on the living room, and on the first room, the second room, and the bathroom, we have exactly also the same windows. Let's click on the 3D view. So we'll obtain this result. Here it's great because after we will add a terrace on this area. And we can find this window on this face, and this face. If I come back to my 2D view, maybe I can just drag and move a little bit on this area, this window. I think the render will be a little better. 3D, yes, just like that. Let's add furnitures in the living room. So we have the living room located here. I need to add furnitures. So first things to do, let's select this element, furnitures, and you have different categories. First things to do, I would like to add a sofa, so I can click directly on this type of furniture. You can find sofa. And let's just use a straight sofa. You have different options, like this one will be perfect. And I can go left click here and create a rotation on my sofa. Let's create a rotation, just like this. I think it's a little big. I can change the size of my sofa. I can go in this area. Wide it is, yes, it is a big sofa. I'm going to reduce with 160. It will be enough for the size of my room. After, I would like to add a table, so I can just come back and I can select table, chair. I have different dining table, just like that. So about the table, let's just continue. I would like to have table with chairs directly. And take a glance, you can have this one, maybe this one, but it's a little big. I think I'm going to try this one, and I can go left click. I'm going to try to stay with this type of color and position this element just here. I can move a little bit my sofa just around this area and move a little bit my table just here. So after to do this work, let's just come back again. I can select, I have office furniture, beds, storage, office furniture is not what I want here. I can select storage first and add a TV stand. Select TV stand. I have multiple options. And let's use something simple, like for example this one or this one. And let's select this one. Left click, I can position and create a rotation first. And I can put my element just along the wall. Maybe I can reduce a little bit. It is wide, 176. I can reduce for 160. And position my element just in front of the sofa. 160, maybe it's a little big again. Let's make 140. So perfect. I want to add an element also, so I can come back outside of TV stands. Let's use, I have hanger, dresser, shoe storage, shelves. Maybe I can use shelves first, floor. One more time, I have these different options. I can, why not, select this one and left click. Maybe it's a little big, but I have more options. Yes, definitely, I think it's a little big. I'm going to delete this one and maybe just select this one, just like that. I can create a rotation. I don't like too much the color, no problem. I can change, click here, style, and let's change the wood materials. And let's use a dark wood materials, like for example, this one or this one. I'm going to use this one, perfect. I'm going to click on my table also, and if I go on materials, I have this wood materials. I think I can stay like this. If I click on this furniture, materials, and if I click on this one, I can recuperate my last materials just like that. I'm going to check, click here, and I can select directly the materials on this area. Yes, perfect. And I can click on this one and select yes, this material also. Like that, I have the same materials. I can continue with my furnitures. storage, shelves, floor, and let's select another models for another area. I can, why not, click on this one. Yeah, just let's apply something quite small. Maybe this one also can be great. You have also something very basical. I can select this one also, just here, I think it's nice. And just change the materials, so style, color. Here it's not possible, I can only change the color, but it's okay, I'm going to put this one not totally in white. I prefer a wood material, so maybe I can change the furnitures. Furnitures again, storage. And yes, this one will be perfect. I can position this here and edit the material, style, wood, and select again this one. After, I want to work on the kitchen. To work on the kitchen, we can just change the categorize, and we have kitchen categorize. The best things to do is to select a kitchen set, even if we can add element one by one, but I want to select a kitchen set here. For example, maybe this one can be great. You have also this one. This one can be also interesting. I think I'm going to stay on my first ID, so it means this one, perfect, but the color will stay in the same style, and position this element just on this area. Directly, I want to add a fridge, so I can come back outside, just click here. And to have a fridge, as I explained before, you need to find this in electrical appliance, and you can find kitchen appliance, refrigerators. Let's apply this one, left click, and put this element just on this area. I'm not going to add too much furniture. The aim is just to show you how you can add few elements. If I want, I can also have like a small kitchen appliance, but it's more about decoration. Let's just come back on kitchen, and we have also kitchen cabinet. Maybe I can put once on this area. Like for example, we have something like this. Yes, I think it will be perfect. I can click on this one and edit the style, wood. I'm going to reuse my same type of wood material, but I can also click here. But here it's the texture color, it is not exactly the material, so I prefer to click on the materials. And if I click on this area, we have also the top. And I need to replace stone. Select again wood and select again, yeah, this one. Perfect. Maybe I can make some adjustment, put this one here, put the fridge on this area. I think it's a possibility. Maybe I can reduce little this one. I have a wide 250, maybe I can put 220. And select the fridge, create a rotation, put the fridge in the corner, just like this, and select this one. I can put this one here or against the wall, just like that. I think it will be great. Let's click on these furnitures. Let's just change a little bit the white, 80 will be enough, and put this one in the corner. So it's okay for that. For this area, I can just check my 3D view first. And it's definitely about the style. We will keep the same type of style. I think it's nice. We can just check the kitchen also. Yes, perfect. Let's add furnitures in the first room. So we will work with this room first, the biggest room, and I would like to add furnitures.
So let's go on the left, just click here, and you have different possibilities. And let's first select beds. I can use full queens and king beds, and I have different options. I think for the style, one of the first maybe will be great. I have also this one also. I have this one. Yes, I have multiple possibilities. I think I'm going to click on the first, maybe this one, just like this. And just pull the element on this area, just like that. After, if I just continue a little bit, I go just before, and I can select something different. I would like to add first office furnitures. Click on this categorize, office furnitures. Let's just select a desk. I have these different options. Let's select a simple desk. I think I can drag and move this one, perfect. And create a rotation 90 degrees. Position the desk just along the walls. I can move little the bed around this area and then add a chair. Let's just come back, select office chair. I have these different options, great. Let's just select a simple office chair, like for example this one, and create a rotation and put this chair just on the front. Now for clothes, I need to add also elements. So let's just come back inside the main categorize interior, and I can select storage. I have dressers and I have stands. Let's just click on stands first. Not on stands, I will see that after. Wardrobe first, closest wardrobes. Let's select a wardrobe. Not too big, maybe I can select something like this one or this one. I can just select this simple wardrobe, it will be perfect for what I want to do. I can change the width, let's just apply 100. And at the same time I can change the depth, let's just apply 50. And let's change the color, style, select wood, and let's apply another type of, like for example this color. Not exactly the dark color, but same type of color like this one. And perfect. So after to do this work, let's continue. Click here. Storage again, dressers. I would like to apply a dresser, but a small dresser. Maybe I can find one of these, like this one. Maybe this one. Maybe this one will be great, or I have also this one. Maybe I can drag and move this one. Create a rotation. One of the problems is maybe the size of my bed. I can find a depth of 226. Maybe I can just reduce with 220 first. And put this one just here. And about this element, I have a depth of 50. It's too much. I can try with just 40 and put this element just on this area. Maybe I can change the depth. 200, but yes, 200 it will be too small. Let's keep 220. I think it's okay, we can walk just in front of the bed, or I can just reduce the depth little bit of this element, 35, and put this one here. So perfect, let's just continue. I have also small stands. It can be useful on the right of the bed. I can select this one and just change the material. So first I can put this one here, just change the depth. Let's just apply 40, just change the width. Let's just apply 70. And about the height, I think it's okay. And I can change the materials, style, wood.
and select another. I can select the same, so it means this one, and drag and move along the walls. So it's okay for this part. After we'll add few decoration. So first things to do, check with the 3D view. Yes, perfect. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe I need to check the size of this one because it looks very, very high. If I click here, I have a 8 of 261. It's definitely too much. I'm going to reduce. 200 is totally enough for this element. So sometimes you need to check, maybe you will find something that you don't like. So don't forget to check the parameters. Let's continue. We are going to add furnitures on this room, so it means the second room. This room is smaller, so we need to be careful adding the different furnitures. So first I can click on my furnitures option, add a bed again, full queen and king beds. But I don't have a lot of options. Maybe I can drag and move something, definitely something smaller for this room. So for example, I can put this one. I think it will be great, but maybe it's little big. I have also this one. Why not? If I continue, I have more simple bed, like for example this one also, this one. Yes, maybe I can select this one. It is not very big, it's perfect. And if I click on the style, I can change the wood materials, and let's select again little the same style with this one. After to do this work, I would like to add other furnitures. Click here and select storage again. Let's apply first a wardrobe again, but something small, not very big, not very large. Yeah, for example, these models. It is little like my first models. Maybe I can change. I have also these small different models with just one door. And this is the basic models. You have also this model, these models. So I think I'm going to select something simple like the first. Just click on this one, position this here, put little bit on the right the bed, and let's change the width of this one. I can just apply 60. Maybe 60 is little small, I can apply 70. After to apply 70, I have the deep, I can reduce with 40. And I have a 8, 190, I can put 200, just like this. And I can put this element just on this area, change the materials, style, and select this color. Here it is a color materials. I don't like too much this type of color material, so maybe I can select another. Let's come back here, storage, and let's select something with wood materials. It will be better for what I want to do. Maybe I can select this one and edit the parameter again. First I can check the style. Yes, the style is okay. I can change this wood materials with just this one. Come back and change the dimension. So the white will be 70, the deep will be, maybe I can change for 50, and 50 is little too much. I can just apply 40, and let's apply 200 for the 8. And position this element just on this area. After, let's just come back. I can one more time click on my furnitures, select storage again, dressers. Yes, let's select this type of dressers, perfect. Can create a rotation. Put this one on this area, just change little the size. We have a deep 50, let's just step 40, it will be enough. And for the rest, I can keep this parameter, I can keep the wide, I can keep the 8, and keep these materials. Let's just come back, click on stand. Let's add a small stand. Can select I can select this one, perfect. So after I can click on this one, just drag and move, create a rotation, 90 degrees. I don't have a lot of space, but if I move little bit my bed and change little bit this size, I have a wide of 40. I think I can just put a wide of 30. I can change the deep, 30 will be enough also. And I have a 8. Let's change the 8 for just 40. And put this element on this area. If I just change for why it is 40, I think I need to check on my 3D view first. And yes, I think the position is not extremely good. I need to create a rotation. And yes, the position is, yes, just like that. Come back to my 2D view. Just click here, rotate again, and just change the wide. Let's just come back with 30 on this direction, but deep 40. It's a little strange about the ratio of this furniture. Let's come back out. Click on this one, materials, wood, and let's just apply again this wood materials. Perfect. And the last thing that I'm going to add is just a little shelf. So I can come back with furnitures, just select a storage, and why not shelves, floor, and just put a little models. For example, this type of models, this type of models. Maybe I can just put this one on this corner. I can click here, create a rotation, 90 degrees, put this one on the corner, and change directly the materials, wood, and select the same type of materials. 3D view, just check that everything is okay on this room. We can zoom, and after to be inside, turn around with the camera. And yes, I think everything is okay. Let's add furnitures on the bathroom. So I have the bathroom here. I need to add furnitures also. I can click on the categorize, just select bathroom categorize, and we have different options. So first things to do, let's just apply bath and showers. I want to add a showers. I have one more time multiple option. I think it can be this one. This one can be interesting. And I have also these options, but yes, let's just add this one. Left click, and I need to create a rotation because it's not extremely good like this. My element is on this area. Just create a rotation on this direction and put the element just here.
After to do this work, I would like to have also a wash basin. So select this categorize, and you have directly freestanding sink. You have also double sinks. Let's select freestanding sink. And you have at the same time a furniture. It is not just only a sink. I can continue. And something that I would like to add, maybe this one can be great for what I want to do, but I have also other options. So yes, let's just add this one, left click, and I can turn, create a rotation 90 degrees, and position this one along this wall. I can continue, select toilets, and just click, for example, on this one, left click, position, create a rotation, and we can put this one along the walls also. After we have a place, we can add the furnitures. Let's just come back. Select cabinet and shelves, and we have different options. One more time, I can select, why not this one? I have also this one. If you want, you have shelf, but you have also closest, wardrobe, and cabinet. It can be extremely useful. And I just continue. Yes, I can just select this one. Left click, create a rotation 90 degrees. In the bathroom, we will work with different color, not dark color in the bathroom. And I can put this one here. Come back, shelves. And on shelves, I can select, why not this one, and create a rotation 90 degrees. So now let's take a glance first about the 3D view. If I just go in the bathroom, so this will be the render. So we have the shower just on this area. We will have this one perfect. Maybe I can just change little the color of these materials and the color of these materials. Let's take a glance also about this element. I think this element is not extremely convenient. I'm going to remove this one and change. Maybe I can select this one. Yes, thanks to that I can stay in the same style and put this one on this area. Perfect. So after to do this work, let's come back on shelves. 2D view first, and click here. I can change the materials. I have these wood materials. I think I'm going to change for the bathroom. Maybe I can apply this one, and I can come back to my 3D view just like this. Yes, perfect. Maybe the opening here, it's not extremely convenient. I can change that. Select my shower and just change on this direction. I think it will be better on this direction. Yes. After that, we can add a decoration. So decoration element to increase the render and add more elements. So the things that I'm going to do first is to go on the left, furnitures, and we can change the categorize. And I'm just going to select one of these. We can continue, and we have decoration. The first things to do, let's add a small element. For example, I have a plant here, I have curtains, blind, decoration. I'm going to go on decoration and add a mirror.
I have these different options. Just let's add a mirror, drag and move inside the bathroom. Maybe I can move little bit this one, move little bit this one, and position the mirror in the middle. I can create a rotation 90 degrees and position my mirror just here. If I want to change the size, it is also possible. After to do this, I would like to add a painting. So I can click on paintings. I have these different options. And let's select the models. For example, I can just select these models and left click, position these models just on this area. And I could continue. I have more models if I want. I can maybe take one of these. And I can take this one. It is a very small element, but maybe it's little too small. I have more things. I have this one, this one, this one. Anyway, after, if you need, you can edit the element inside. I can put this one also, create a rotation and position this here. If I click on the element, I have just a 8, wide 22. Maybe I can increase. Let's try to work with 40. And about the 8, maybe I can change with 60. Just like that. And position this element just on this area. After to do this work, let's just come back. I have also vase and flowers. I'm just going to put a vase of flowers just here. I can just check the position. So if I click on my table, I have a 8 of 102. It means if I click on the vase, I can change the levitation for 102 also. Just like that. Let's just come back also. If I just go outside and I continue, I have all these different options. Let's work with plants. So I can select interior plants. One more time, I have multiple options. Let's try. I think I can try this one. Left click and position this plant on this corner. Perfect. Maybe I can try another plant. And let's try this one. And maybe I can position here. It is quite big. I'm going to change the 8, 140, and the wide, maybe I can just put 100, and the deep, maybe I can just put 80. And now I have something smaller, and I can position this element in this corner. Perfect. I would like also, maybe we can add more things if we need. We have like, we can add rugs. Maybe I can add the rugs on this area, or just something maybe in the bathroom. It will be better, like a small rugs that we can apply in the bathroom, and I can create a rotation 90 degrees. Perfect. If I just continue, also I have different type of kitchenware like this. And maybe I can just put this one, select this one, and just put this on the table. One more time. The table have an 8 of 102. So if I click on this one, I need to change the 8, not the 8, the levitation for 102. And I can just validate. Perfect. And I would like just maybe to add curtains. So to add curtains, we need to go on Mix, Curtains, Blend. And let's select an element that we will repeat different times. So for example, I can select, I think I'm going to select this one or this one. We have also, I think this one will be great. I can just go left click first and just position this element on this area. Oops, I think it's not working properly. Let's just come back and drag and move. Yes, just here. So after, if I click on this one, let's first change little the white. 200, maybe I can work with 230, it will be better, or maybe just 220. So now, I need to make adjustment about the position. I think I need to turn, and it's more like this. Yes, because I have this small element and this small element, so it's more like this. And I need to select my 3D view first. So select the 3D view, just turn like that. Yes, about the direction, you just need to have this element on the wall. And now I can check if it's okay. I think it's not perfectly okay. I can select this one and change the different parameter. I have a levitation of 0 directly on the ground. I don't like too much. Let's let a little space. It can be maybe 10. I think 10 will be great. About the 8, we have this one. I think it's too much. I can tap 200, maybe 30. And yes, levitation 8, 230. The depth, I think it's okay. And I can now duplicate. So let's come back to the 2D view. Click on this one, duplicate, and position this one on this area. Create a rotation, 90 degrees. Just keep the right direction and position this one also here. And duplicate again. Click here, duplicate, and position this one, yes, directly on this area also. Let's do this again, because sometimes it's moving on the wrong position. Yes, just like that. Maybe I can, oops. As you can see, it's not possible because I have this element. Maybe I can drag and move little my window in the middle between the two furnitures. And normally I have a space to position my element. Yes, just like that. And I need to position curtain also on my 3 other windows. So I can take this one. Let's keep exactly the same. You just need to duplicate. Position your element just like this. Here, but it's not the same type of window, so I need to come back to my 3D view and edit the parameters. So let's go here, and I can click on my curtains, and the first thing that I can do is to change the levitation. So levitation, let's start with 80. I think 80 will be great. I think it's a little too much, maybe 70. Yes, just like that. After, I need to change the 8. Let's turn a little bit. Click on this one. We have a 8, 230. And I need to reduce. Let's work with 160. It's not enough. 170. I think like this, it's great. If I compare with this area, yes, it's great. And that's it. So it's perfect. And I need to repeat these curtains. Let's just use the 2D view, click on these curtains, duplicate again, and position this one on this area, rotation 90 degrees, and just snap on the wall, just like this. One more time, I don't have too much space, so maybe I can drag and move a little bit, and normally I need to position, yes, exactly in the middle, just like that. And duplicate again, click on this one, duplicate again, and position on this area, create a rotation, 90 degrees. Maybe it's a little too big for the bathroom. Yes, it's a little too big. But I can change the width. I can enter, for example, just for the bathroom, make something with a different size, like 200. And I can position this element just here. I don't have too much place. Maybe I can move little these different elements first and position the curtain, yes, just on this area. I can extend a little bit. I have 200. I think 210 will be ok. No, it's too much. Let's stay with 200. It will be okay. And after to do this work, let's check everything with a 3D view. So if we take a glance about the curtain, it's nice. We have curtains here. We have these curtains on this area. We have also these curtains on this area. Perfect. We can find the carpet. We have two elements on. We have two elements here directly. Maybe I can change the position of this one, and I can change little the position of this one. I have my first plane. I have my second plane on this corner. Maybe I can move little bit. Here we have this element of decoration, this frame. I think it's nice. And that's it. So after we can do more. It's just an example about what you can do, but if you want to add more elements, it is possible. I think I'm a little in trouble with the position of this element. If I click on this table 102, if I click on this one, I have 102. It's a little strange because if I select my table, yes, the problem is 102. It is the height of, not the table, the height of the chair. So I think about the table, it's a little different. And let's change the levitation. I think it is 75. I need to check. Yes, it is 75. Let's click here. Levitation 75. So sometimes we need to make adjustment because of different reasons. Let's continue. We are going to add appliance. So first things to do, let's select the right category. We can click here and we can find electrical appliance. The first thing is, as you can see, you can go on this area, you have climate. And if we want to add something like heating, we have different options. Let's, for example, select this one first. And this is an element. This is perfect. I'm going to try a position. Maybe I can put this one directly on the kitchen. If I click, I have a wide 103. Maybe it's a little big, but I think it's going to be okay for what I want to do. And then duplicate. Let's position another one. I think I can position another one. Let's click here first, create a rotation, position another one just in the position of the frame, and I will edit just after. After, let's position another one in this room, 90 degrees, go on this area, and I can duplicate or drag and move again. Here we have a frame. I can use this heating just below the frame on this area. And about the bathroom, I think I can select another type of models. I have different models like this one, this one, this one. I think it will be better for what I want to do. Maybe I can select this one. Perfect. Create a rotation and position this one just after the window. Perfect. So it's okay for this first element. Let's activate the 3D view. And let's just check. We have this element here. We have another element on this area. As you can see, the position is nice. I don't need to change. I have my frame on this area. Perfect. Here we can check. We have this one. We have this one. Maybe I can click on the frame on this area and drag and move a little bit more on the top. And if I go directly on the bathroom, I can find also this type of models here. Perfect. So the next step is to add lights. So I can come back in a different categories: electrical appliance, lighting. The first thing that I'm going to do is to add a floor lamp or table lamp. Maybe I can put the two. Select the 2D view, let's zoom a little bit, and let's see the floor lamp first. Not a floor lamp, night light first. Let's try a small models, not something very big. It can be for example this one, or this one. Let's try with this one and position the element, yes, just on this area. If it's too big, I can change. I have wide 40, I can change for 30, and I have depth 40, and I can change for 30 also, and position this light on this area. Let's at the same time add a table lamps like this. I have these different models. This is my desk furnitures, and I can activate a models. It can be, why not this one, this one, this one. Let's try with this one and just position on this area. I can create a rotation just here. Now I want to add spot, lighting again, and we have different models of ceiling light. If I want to keep a modern style, let's just add different type of spot. First, in the bathroom, I'm going to select this one in the bathroom here. After, for the room, let's select something like this, and I can go left click, position once here, duplicate, position another on this area, and let's do the same thing. I can duplicate, position once here, and duplicate, position another on this area. Here I'm not going to develop too much about the light. After, it depends of many things. It's just to add little light. And if I go on the living room, one more time, I can find different options. And let's work with this one directly on the kitchen. Let's work with this one just here. And let's work with another type of models. And maybe it can be this one just on this area, just like that. So 3 different models of lights. So after, as I explained before, we have more options about this electrical appliance. So if you want to add anything like microwaves, if you want to add a computer, audio, any equipment, you have also more equipment. It is possible to find here. Maybe I can position a computer and click on this one, just here, rotation 90 degrees. And maybe I can position also a TV, like for example this one, and position this here. Maybe the TV is a little big. We have this wide. Maybe I can change 120 centimeters and keep the other parameters. So I can check on the 3D view. So first things to do in the 3D view, I need to check, for example, the computer. Here on the desk, we have 875 centimeter. So if I click on my computer, I have levitation 75, so it's okay. If I click directly on this lamp, I have 75 on the levitation, so it's nice. If I click now on this lamp, levitation is not good because on these furnitures I have 858. So here I need to change the levitation for 58. After we can find a spot here. I can find another spot. So here it is inside. If I go this area, I will be able to see. For example, I can go here. I can go inside the room and we can find the spot on the ceiling. Let's come back little outside. I need to check my TV first. So this is the TV. If I click first on the furnitures, 860 centimeter. If I click on the TV, levitation 45, so it's not good. I need to change for 60, and now it's better. And if I turn, we can find this spot here. We can find this spot. I think for the rest it's okay. Maybe it's not perfect. If I click on this one, I have levitation 257. Maybe we can drag and move a little bit. Yes, I think it's better now. And normally here it's okay. I don't need to move. Yeah. So let's come back to the 2D view. And it's okay, we are going to stop here for the furnitures. So I wanted to show you step by step, sometimes it's a little long, but how you can process to add furnitures in the different rooms and add more elements. We can develop more, we have again more options, we can add more decoration, but after it will be long, it depends of your project. Let's add materials on ground. So we have different materials on the ground on each rooms. So by default, we have the same. As you can see, we have exactly the same wooden materials, and I would like to change. So first things to do, just select each room independently. I can click on this one and I select this room, as you can see. Now, if I go on these options, style, I can change the materials for the floor, the cell, the indoor walls and the outdoor walls. Let's select floor first. After that, I can select a different categories, tiling. And I have these different options. So if I continue a little bit, I have different models. I think here it's not extremely good. Sometimes it's more for walls. If I just come back at the beginning, I just think this one will be good. It's little wise, little great, and I think the size will be enough. I can click on this one, yes, perfect. After, if I want to change, I can have the options. You have the texture scale, just like that, if we want to increase or decrease. In my example, I think definitely 100% will be great. If we need to create rotation, it's also possible. Here I'm going to stay at 0. So after, let's click on the bathroom. So click on the bathroom first, and let's reuse exactly the same materials. Style, floor. Let's activate one more times tiling, and I can drag and move this one again. Just click here and it's okay. After, let's work with the 2 rooms. I would like to add a wooden materials, not exactly the same, just a different. So select this room, go on these options, floor, and I can select one of these. It is parquet. I think definitely will be great, but you can also change. Sometimes you have laminate. Can be great also. Yes, I will stay with parquet. Just change. Maybe I can select this one, but you have a lot of options definitely. Yes, so the thing that I'm going to do is to select this one. And one more time, if you want to change, you have the texture scale, so you can increase the size or you can decrease the size. I think 100% is good also in this example. And sometimes you can make a rotation, not a rotation like 45 degrees, but you can make a rotation at 90 degrees if you want to change the direction horizontally or vertically. This example, let's keep 0 also. So 100% and 0. Let's repeat the process on this room. Click on the room, style, floor. Let's select this one again and just validate. So it's okay. I think the best things to do is just to select each room, and after you select the materials. Activate the 3D view. As you can see, yes, the render is nice. And even when you go on this room, you have a joint, it's perfect. For the size of the tiles, I think definitely it's great. And we have something different just for the room. And it's good, you don't have anything more to do. Take a glance about the door. We have the perfect limit. Here we have the perfect limit in the middle. So definitely it's very great when you have this type of software. Let's add materials on walls. So to add materials on walls, the things that we have to do is to select first the room. And after to select the room, we can go on style and we can select indoor and outdoor. First, let's just work with indoor for all the different rooms. About the living room, let's click indoor. And maybe in the living room, I can position something like a wallpaper. So I can go in this categorize. And I have different options. You can see this one, this one. You have all these different possibilities. The things that I'm going to select is just to continue, maybe something like this type of color, or maybe it can be this one just here. And I can just validate. If I select my suite, after let's select the bathroom. So click on the bathroom, style, activate indoor. And in this example, let's apply tiling, but tiling only for the wall. I think I can select one of these, something like that, for example. Don't hesitate, you can also use your 3D view. So thanks to that, when you add materials on the walls directly, you can find the render. So I can come back, click directly on the bathroom, options, indoor, and I can try different options. I think this one can be good for this area. Maybe I can try another one. I have this one, this one. This one also is good. Yeah, so we have a lot of options. Let's work with this blue color. Perfect. Now I can continue and click on this room. So click on the floor first, materials, select indoor, and we will just work with a color. If we just want to work with a color, it is like a painting color, just select 10 color. We can go on these small rectangles and we have options. Let's work with something little in red, not too much, maybe something like that. And I can validate. If it's little too much, I can reduce with this type of color, but yeah, I think I can, here if I do this one, if it is definitely too much, but I think I can work with around this color. Now let's work with this room also. Click on the floor first, options, style, indoor. And let's select a color again, tint color. Let's work with something in screen, like this one. I can try first. So now it's too much. I can just reduce a little bit the transparency. And yes, I think definitely here it's better. And it's okay for that. So now the next step is to change the color of all the walls outside. So if I just, for example, click here, I select the walls. And if I go on style, I have indoor and outdoor. And just on the outdoor walls, let's just apply a white color. So I can go on tan color, or you can just click nothing. And thanks to that, it is pretty simple. And you just need to select all the walls, outdoor walls, one after ones, and change the style. Each time you select not indoor, you select outdoor, and you can replace for no color. Here I need to select also outdoor, no colors. Each time you select the walls, style, outdoor, and you apply no color. Need to click here, outdoor, no color. It's not possible to edit all the outdoor doors in one, or you need to do this the first time. When you create just the base of your house and you don't have created any room inside, it is possible to change in just one time all the outdoor walls. But if you do this after, you need to repeat this process. So perfect, we have changed the materials inside and we have removed also the materials outside on the outside walls to have something in white. I think definitely it's better that the big brick, it's not very, I think it's not very good to use by default these materials. We have finished the interior, so we can create an interior render. So extremely useful. I show you step by step how you can create an interior using this software, and how step by step you can make the design, add materials, add the different furnitures, more elements, and we can create the render. So first things to do, you go in the options, and if you go on settings, you can change the backgrounds. This is the grid. If you want to change the background, for example, I can use wise, but I have also more options. It can be this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So let's just apply the wise background first. And after I can click on realistic render. When you are on realistic render like this, the aim is to select the view that you want. Just select the view that you want. So for example, I can just select the first view like on the top, just like this. I think I can zoom, create a little offset, and yes, create this type of view first. After, you need to click on save, and you can apply a regular screenshot, render, draft render. If it is a high quality, you will have to use credit. So for example, if I click on this one, I will have to have credit. When you have the paid version, you can just make 3 for first photos, And after you will have to add other element to, for example, export your work in high quality, and you can select the number of render that you want. So here we are just going to export in normal quality, click on realistic render, save, and here this is a regular screenshot. Let's click on this one. So, okay, snapshot will appear after a while in a snapshot section. So after we'll be able to see the different snapshots. After to have this type of view, maybe I can just create another type of view, like for example, this one, and create a realistic render, save, regular screenshot again. After, let's create one screenshot per room, even if we can do a lot of more, but it's just an example, so I can zoom inside and create maybe a first screenshot in my living room. I can position myself, yes, around this area. I think this view can be interesting. And realistic render, save, regular screenshot. It's okay, I can navigate inside and create also a view of the bathroom. I can go inside just like this, turn around depending of what I want. Maybe I can select this one, or I can also go on this area and just turn around, and maybe I can try something like this. So it's okay, I can repeat the process. Then on the first room, let's go on the left. This is my first room. Let's go in this corner and turn around. And I think this view can be great with the laptop. And let's turn a little bit. Yes, just like that. Realistic render, save, regular screenshot. And you can repeat this process as long as possible. So it means if you want to make 20 screenshots, you can make 20 screenshots. If you want to make 100 screenshots, you can make 100 screenshots. And let's go on this second room. Maybe I can go here first, turn around. And this room is small. Maybe I can try this one. You have also the option enable. You can enable use of automatic ceiling lighting while rendering and enable night mode rendering. So it is possible. We are just going to create a regular screenshot here, but you can work with a dark environment. So it means I can, for example, select a view here, realistic render, save, and maybe I can use enable use, and you have also a night mode rendering, and I can apply. So it's okay. After that, you can change all your different screenshots. So to check your different screenshots, just go on these panels and you can find snapshots. All renders here. So this is not the best quality. As I explained, if you want to have a real render, you just need to use the height render and you need to buy credit. So this is the view, like this, for example. We have this type of view. Also, even if here, if I take this example, I apply like a light mode, but definitely it's not extremely efficient because I didn't change the environment. It's not extremely efficient. You can select this one, and each time you can download in image file your render. Download. But if I show you maybe something with a real render, I use a real render on a different project. And for example, this one, if I click on this one, it was a real render with a different project. And you can see the difference, and definitely take a glance about the materials on the walls. It is very great. Take a glance about the materials of the furniture, the level of details. And here I was working during the night, and in the HD you can really see the difference. Here it was also HD render, and you can see the difference with a different effect. Another HD render, just like this. It's definitely really great about the light, about the shadows. You can make amazing things. And here it was another high quality render, but with a top view. So just for the curves, just for this example, we stay in this type of quality. But if it's your project, your own project, you can take credit, and then you will be able to export to obtain the best result. After that, we can work on the garden. So to work on the garden, the first thing that we are going to do is to create the base. So we will create different paths and we'll create the ground also. So first, before to add different elements to create the grace, I need to position my different paths, and I need also to position my terrace. Let's create the terrace first. Click directly on this area, and you have paths and laws. Let's click on this one and select the first element just here. And this element, I can then click on this one, drag and move, and position this here. After, I can go left click and drag and move this point here. Left click, drag and move this point and snap on this corner. And I can take this point and move on this direction and also move on this direction. Let's take a glance about the size. It's not possible directly to have the size. You can use these tools, add rulers, and thanks to that I can position the beginning of my rulers here, and I can extend if I need. I think I can make a terrace maybe, yes, I think around 3.5 can be great. So I can position my ruler, and if I zoom a little bit, drag and move my ruler here, and I can just extend a little bit my path just on this area. So this will be my terrace. I need to click on my terrace and change the materials. I can remove the ruler first. Click on this terrace, materials. Let's stay on ground. And you have this type of options, as you can see. I think I will select this one, but you can try other one if you want. So yes, it's okay. I'm going to select this one. After to do this work, let's continue. Click again on path and laws, exterior. Click on this one again and drag and move on this direction. First, the best things to do is to use this point, snap to this corner, and take this point. You can just snap to this corner, or maybe you can snap first to this corner and after we'll make some transformation. Oops, Yes, just like this. So snap to this corner. After we can move on this area, maybe if I zoom a little bit out, yeah, I think it's nice here. And I can take this one and add print. So now what we are going to do, first we change the materials, click here, change the material, select the same, and add multiple print. If I just click here, I can add a print, and let's add a second print. Click here, add a second print. Select the first. Let's zoom a little bit. Yes, I have a print here, and I need to position this print just in front of this corner. And now I have a second print, and I can drag and move on this direction, and I can use this wall in the alignment. And after I can take this print, and I can move on this direction. Perfect. So now let's continue. Path and laws again. Click on path and laws, click on this one again, and we can make something just directly for a car. I need to have at least minimum dimension. I can create a rules, position a rules around this area, and maybe I can put at least 5 meters. I think it will be great. Yes, just 5 meters. After I can take this one and I can position the first element. As you can see, we can stay in this alignment like that. Perfect. And I can drag and move my element. Just stay on the same alignment here. And just here. I think the alignment is not really good. Yes, now it's better. So after to do this work, let's change the material also. First, click on the rule, remove. Click here, materials, and activate the same. And now I just need to complete with grace element outside. So how to do this process? When you zoom too much out, you don't see anything. I need to zoom at least, yes, like that. Let's click on this one, path and laws again. And I need to add multiple points, or I can add multiple elements. So first, let's add something on the back here. And drag and move on this direction. And I can take this point and drag and move on this direction, maybe like this. Okay, so after, as I explained, if we want, we can add multiple points, or we have also the options to add multiple rectangle. We can make the two. So for example, I can add another rectangle like this one, this rectangle position in this corner, and then I can pull my different points. So for example, I can pull a point here. Sometimes it is also fast, like that. And I can take this point on this direction, move a little bit here, and take this point until this alignment. I need to now take this point and drag and move until this corner, and take this point, drag and move until this corner. Perfect. Let's create another element. One of the best things to do maybe it's to, yes, I will be able to add more points. So for example, you can click on this line, add a point, you can click on this slide, add a point also. And thanks to that, I can pull now this point, just like that. I can pull now this point, just here. And I can pull this point just on this corner. Can take a little long time, but this is the only process to do. You don't have other ways, other possibility. So it's okay. We have our element. Here it's not a problem because if you select your 3D view, you will have just the impression to have only one type of rectangle like this. So it's great. So we have the terrace, we have the path in front of the house, and here it will be an element for the car. I forgot something. I need to come back to my 2D view. I can add a rectangle on the right. Click again on this one, path and laws, and create a small rectangle, not extremely large, just snap here, and just make something like that. Yes, perfect. After that, we can add furnitures on the terrace. So to add furnitures on the terrace, just go on these panels, and you have patio furniture, patio furnitures. So let's click on this one, and first I can zoom a little bit on my terrace, and I would like just to add a table, but you have also sets. I think set is the best, and we have these different options. Maybe I can add this type of element. It will be perfect just here. After, if I continue a little bit, you have more sets, but it will be enough for what I want to do. I can add chairs and bench. Chaise lounge, bench, chair. Let's add a change lounge and select models. Why not select, it can be this one, and create a small rotation, like for example here. I can select a second models. It can be maybe this one, and I can create a rotation and position this one just on this area. After, I can continue, and you have also chairs, but I have enough things, I think. We have this type of element. If we want to add umbrella, the thing that I want to do first is to go out and select outdoors activities, and maybe we can complete with another type of element, like for example this one also. I think I'm going to select this one, create a rotation. Let's work on this direction. Perfect. So I would like to add plants, decorative plants on this terrace. I have this categorized trees and plants. So the things that I can select in, maybe this one, put this one here, and then duplicate and put this one also on the other direction. I can select a second models. Let's select, I think why not this one will be perfect, decorative flowers. And I can duplicate them and position this one also in the other side. If I just come back a little bit, we can add more things like lighting, just outside lighting. I have different type of spot. First, I can select, for example, this one and drag and move on the walls to have outside light. Put this on the wall, just around the middle. And maybe I can add a spot. I have this one, or maybe I can add something like this. This one maybe on this corner, and I can duplicate again and position this one, yes, just on this corner. At the same time, at the same levels, maybe I can just put little plants on this area, and maybe also this type of decoration. So maybe I can put ones just here, and duplicate and put another just in front like this. After to do this work, let's just come back not on lighting but trees and plant one more times. So take a glance. We have, for example, this one. I think it's a little big, but I can reduce the wide. Maybe I can tap 100. The deep, maybe I can tap 100 also. And the height, I can just tap 200. And put this one around this area. You can add rocks also if you need. We have also this element. Maybe this element can be interesting. Yes, I can put this element just once on the left, just here, of the door. And duplicate again. Click here, duplicate, and position this one on this area. So perfect. Let's take a glance on the 3D view. So the aim is just to add little furnitures. I think if I check the different elements, we need to make some adjustment. So for example, what type of adjustment I can do? First, maybe I can change little the position more in this corner. After, one of the problems that I have is here the levitation is not good. So I need to click on this plant, change the levitation. It was at 75 by default, so I can use 0. For the rest, it looks nice. I need to repeat this process. This one, levitation, and 0 also. Let's change also the position of the light. I think it's not very high, so let's drag and move a little bit. Here it's better. And each time it is same, you can edit on this outside furnitures the material. So I can click on this one and options, style, and you can have all these different options to edit the materials. If I want to edit these furnitures, I can click also on the options, and you have color. You can edit at your convenience. You have the set table also. Even though just a plain pot, if you go on the option, you can change the color of the plain pot. I have also the same problems here. So I need to click on this one, change the levitation with a value of 0. And I need to click on this one and change the levitation with the value of 0 and validate. After that, then we can add more elements in the gardens, and we can add trees first. So let's add ornamental trees. Click here, select trees and plants, and we have different options. The first thing that I'm going to do is to add big trees, and we have all these different models. I can, for example, select these models and move here, but it's definitely very, very big. So let's change that. Let's change the wide, like for example 400, nothing more. Let's change the deep like 400, and let's change the height like 600. And drag and move position one big tree on this area. Let's select another models. It can be this one. And one more time, I can drag and move on this direction. And just change the wide. Let's activate 400. Let's activate like 300. And 8, let's activate like 500. Just like this. and put another tree maybe on this area. Let's try another type of models. It can be maybe this one. And I can drag and move on this corner. I can change one more time the size of this tree. Let's work with a wide 350. Let's work with 350. And maybe the 8 I can work with 500 again. Just like this. Even 500, maybe it's too much. I can work with 400. So we can add ornamental trees. After you have also specific, you can add this type of tree. So I can go left click, put this one just here. But it can be more option. Maybe I'm not going to try this one. Maybe try this one. And this one I can change for 200. And I can change for maybe 200. Decorative tree, and why not to select this one? It will be perfect. I can zoom little bit and duplicate this one on this direction. I need to invert, so I can invert. Yes, perfect. Maybe I can invert in the other direction like this and like this. You have also more things. It can be flower bed, so I can click on this one, and why not add flower bed on this area. One more time you can change. If it's too small, I can make something like 400 and the deep 250 and 8 we have 31, but I can reduce like 20, just like that. You can also add rocks. You have also these small elements that directly you can put. For example, I can put this one here, and I can duplicate multiple times to create a small flower bed. Let's duplicate again. And let's duplicate again. Like this. If I just check the other options, maybe I can add another one just on this area. I can change something little bigger, 300, deep 250, and 8 350. Just like this. You have also fountain, or you can just have this type of flower bed. You have butterfly also. Maybe I can position this one here, or something little different. It can be like this decorative element. And I can click on this one, just change for 120 and 120, just like that. You have also these big trees with flower. Let's reduce 150, 250, 8, 250, and position once on this area, and duplicate, and position once here. Let's go to rotation, and it's okay. So this is the type of things that you can do. I'm not going to enter much more in details. In Planner 5D, it's more about interior design. You can also work on terrace, little element outside, but if you really want to make a perfect garden design, it won't be the best. The aim to create the garden is just to extend your interior design or outside with a patio, with a path. But the aim is not to make the perfect garden rendering. If you need to add a pool, also you can add pools. You can click here and you have different type of models. You have also fountain if you need decorative fountain. Maybe I can add a decorative fountain, maybe this one just on this area. Let's check the 3D view first to have a view of the trees. Yeah, it's great because you have a house, and it's great to introduce the house in a garden, even if you can't do the perfect garden. Definitely it's great. You can add a terrace, you can add paths like this, some flowers, and you can make interesting things to introduce your work. And the last thing that I'm going to do, just before to create the render, it's to add character. So I can come back on 2D, just select furnitures, and here we can find people. So interior, people. Let's click on this one, inside. Let's click on the woman, maybe on the terrace, walking on the terrace. I can add also maybe 2 animals. Let's come back here, pets, and select the dog. Let's add a dog maybe on the terrace, and let's, for example, add a cat, maybe a lonely cat on this area. Or I can put this maybe on this area, just like that. After that, we can create a render. So this time it is a render with outside part. So it means we can create a render of the terrace and different angle from outside and the garden. Let's directly, I can change the backgrounds one more times. So we can edit the parameter, try different type of backgrounds. Be careful, because if you select this lone background, you will have the feeling to have an infinite garden. It is not the case, so I can advise you to not use the same. Let's just work with Wise, it will be perfect. After to do this work, I can use realistic render and need to select different type of view. The first thing that I can do is to select a top view. So I can position my element around the center, zoom a little bit, and maybe I can create a snapshot with this type of view first. Click on save. So as I explained before, if you want a real render, it is possible, but you will have to add a credit. So by default, if you have the paid version, you can have 4 renders for free, but after you will have to pay a credit. And let's come back, realistic render, save, regular screenshot, and I can click and validate. So let's select different view. I can first try to have a good view of the terrace, and I can select, for example, this type of view. Try to have something, because one of the problems is that I have the trees and the different decoration element, but I think I can try to, yes, make something here. It will be perfect. And realistic render, save, regular screenshot, and validate. Planner 5D is definitely a very great tool to create your interior design, to create also to extend on outside design, even if outside design it's not too much in details, but it's great when you want to create a patio, you want to create a terrace like this, it can be amazing also. And let's select a different view. It can be this type of view at the entrance. We have the entrance. Maybe I can work like this first. Yes, perfect. And realistic render. Save. And let's select the last view. After, I'm not going to repeat too much the process. I think you understand how to work. Maybe I can take a view just from this area and realistic render one more time. So it's okay, we can zoom little out, and we have finished with this project. It was definitely a great project to show you how to use Planner 5D step by step. So we have seen everything step by step. So it means how to create the base of the house, then how to draw walls, how you can add doors, how to add windows after, step by step, how you can decorate the different rooms with furnitures, adding furnitures. We have seen how to add materials on the floor first and second on the different walls. Create interior render, then extend to the garden with terrace, path, and also outside garden with different trees, and create render of outside. So step by step, this is a process to use if you are working with Planner 5D. And after same, you can go here, snapshot, and you will be able to find your different elements. Each time when you click on the sweep print, you can download in image file. You can also make HD. So it means you can convert this image to HD using credit. And you can also classify in folder.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget click the subscribe button and hit the bell icon. Like, comment and share. See you next time.